peace over conflict. I choose the Constitution over chaos. I chose democracy over division. And in doing so, we prove to the world that CDC is not just a political party. We are a disciplined movement of patriots and peace lovers. But what have we seen since then? We have seen a systematic erosion of democracy, executive overreach, and open disregard for our Constitution, lawlessness in the legislature, with the presidency turning a blind eye, even when the sacred halls of our democracy go up in flames.
Amen. What?
Security forces brutalizing, while millions are being spent on so-called operations that offer no protection to ordinary Liberians. They said we were the problem, but now the Liberian people can see for themselves. The real problem is the unity party that is now in power. My fellow partisans, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to speak the truth without fear. This government is failing and Liberia is paying the price. But seditions, let us not lose hope. Let us not lose hope. Even the longest night must give way to daylight. Even the strongest storm must pass. We are still standing. We will not give up on Liberia. We will not give up on our people. And we will never give up on CDC. We are the party of the slums and the city. We are the voice of the voiceless. We are the protectors of the poor and the defender of their dreams. From New Cruton to Pinsville, from Buchanan to Bond Mines, from Sunny Quarter to Saah, the CDC remains in the hearts of the people. This rally is a clear sign. We are reorganizing, we are preparing, we are coming back.
That's a message. That was the message. That was a message. Coming back.
I say to you, we are coming back.
That's a message. That's a message.
Thank you. Thank you. But in order to do that, we must build a strong, together we must fortify the one institution is the mighty coalition for democratic change. This is why I call on all of you today, not just to believe, but to act. Not just to hope, but to build. Let us invest in the movement that has invested in you. Let us pay our due so that the party remains financially and politically prepared. Thank you. Your dues are more. Your dues are more than money. They are a seed of commitment, a pledge of loyalty, and a symbol of hope. I am so proud to launch this due payment campaign today because it means that you, the grassroots, you, the real owner of this party, are ready to step forward, take charge, and prepare for the future. As your political leader, I promise you this: we will not rest, we will not retreat.
No retreat, no
we will organize,
no retreat, no
mobilize, and energize until we reclaim the leadership of Liberia. And mighty, the revolution shall continue. A belief we will uphold to death. Fellow partisans, the party is alive, strong and mighty. The revolution shall continue. A belief we will uphold to death.
For the revolution.
Fellow partisans, the future is not beyond us. The future is straight ahead. And together, we will get there. And so, I want to close with this advice. Wait well. Liberia and Liberians will call on you again. And therefore, be prepared to win again and lead again. Remember, we are the common people. So let us all unite for the betterment of our country and our people. To all citizens. But let us do it the CDC way. Peacefully, lawfully, strategically, and respectfully. Because when our time comes, and aid will come, believe me, we must be ready not just to win, but to govern better. We must correct the wrongs, improve the system, and restore the dignity of the Liberian people. So let us unite, let us rise, let us believe, and let us build. And to all our young people, I say, stay focused, stay clean, stay strong. To our women, you are the backbone of this movement. Keep rising. To our elders, your wisdom is still needed. Stay with us. And to our opponent, we see the failure, and we are coming to face it.
What? I'm talking to you.
Again, as the great Nelson Mandela said in the quote, it always seems impossible until it is done.
Where we are now, I never expected that we'll get to this point. That the number one citizen in the Republic who vowed to respect all laws has decided to play politics with a constitutional mandate. The truth is, this constitutional mandate is not a debatable mandate. President Boyka, you must follow the mandate from the Supreme Court. The difference, there is a very clear difference here. Either as a nation we agree to follow a path of chaos, because once you do not go by the rule of law, then you are calling for chaos. We either do chaos or we do calm, where our country is able to move forward, where the hopes and aspirations of our people will be met, where the dignity that carries the name Liberia across the nations of the world will no longer be looked at as a pariah. This is the choice we have today. And that particular choice is led by the President of the Republic of Liberia. He can decide whether he wants a calm country so that he can fulfill the rescue agenda, which I believe is just a story, as I've been saying, or you can open a Pandora's box that will lead us to a place where we don't want to be. I'd like to call on the President of the Republic of Liberia, President Joseph Nima Boyka, the members of the Unity Party, and the members of the Liberian Senate and the House of Representatives to abide by the Supreme Court ruling. The reason why the onus is on the President is because the first branch of government is the implementer of all laws. The Supreme Court has spoken. What they have spoken is law and is a mandate. We look forward to its implementation to its fullest. I thank you.
Shopping for some
You mean you are going to post on jar restaurant?
I'm not going to cook it myself, but I'm buying ingredients to take home. Okay. So they do cook. But our people are struggling. And we need to provide some macro loans for our market women. We need to provide daycare for the children for the summer. But today it's just a walk around, just to meet people.
So how do you see the condition of the marketers? What are their responses to you?
The condition is very challenging. To fix the market itself, to provide a market loans, so it's a bit sad, but it is what it is. And again, today is not political, it's just to visit and see how our people are doing.
But there's not a usual thing that you do. Why today you decide to get to the marketers?
I think it's important every now and then to surprise people.
Behavior. These are legislators. They have immunity, and to try to embarrass them by putting them in jail, people are not going to go anywhere. They're not going to run away. They should have been left, released on their own reconnaissance, so that they can come back and do investigation and show the proof. But I'm very disappointed. This is embarrassing. It's not acceptable. We issue a joint statement with other opposition parties but really shame on this government for their behavior and for treating lawmakers the way they're treating them.
Okay,
I'm very disappointed.
I want an article right now. Bloody chaos, Lieutenant! Tell Flum to get the rooms ready.
And mighty. The revolution shall continue. A belief we will uphold to death. Fellow partisans, the party is alive, strong and mighty. The revolution shall continue. A belief we will uphold to death.
The revolution.
Fellow partisans, the future is not beyond us. The future is still ahead. And together, we will get there. And so, I want to close with this advice. Wait well. Liberia and Liberians will call on you again. And therefore, be prepared to win again and lead again. Remember, we are the common people. So let us all unite for the betterment of our country and our people. To all citizens,
I want an article right now. Bloody chaos, Lieutenant! Tell Flum to get the rooms ready.
Where we are now, I never expected that we'll get to this point. that the #1 citizen in the Republic who vowed to respect all laws has decided to play politics with a constitutional mandate. The truth is, this constitutional mandate is not a debatable mandate. President Boyka, you must follow the mandate from the Supreme Court. The difference there is a very clear difference here. Either as a nation we agree to follow a path of chaos, because once you do not go by the rule of law, then you are calling for chaos. We either do chaos or we do calm, where our country is able to move forward, where the hopes and aspirations of our people will be met, where the dignity that carries the name Liberia across the nations of the world will no longer be looked at as a pariah. This is the choice we have today. And that particular choice is led by the President of the Republic of Liberia. He can decide whether he wants a calm country so that he can fulfill the rescue agenda, which I believe is just a story, as I've been saying, or you can open a Pandora's box that will lead us to a place where we don't want to be. I'd like to call on the President of the Republic of Liberia, President Joseph Nima Boyka, the members of the Unity Party, and the members of the Liberian Senate and the House of Representatives to abide by the Supreme Court ruling. The reason why the onus is on the President is because the first branch of government is the implementer of all laws. The Supreme Court has spoken. What they have spoken is law and is a mandate. We look forward to its implementation to its fullest. I thank you.
Behavior. These are legislators. They have immunity, and to try to embarrass them by putting them in jail, people are not going to go anywhere. They're not going to run away. They should have been left, released on their own reconnaissance, so that they can come back and do investigation and show the proof. But this is, I'm very disappointed. This is embarrassing. It's not acceptable. We issue a joint statement with other opposition parties, but really shame on this government for their behavior and for treating lawmakers the way they're treating them.
Okay,
I'm very disappointed in the Unity Party-led government for this behavior. These are legislators. They have immunity, and to try to embarrass them by
hard-earned peace. The perpetrators of these heinous crimes have been charged and will be subsequently forwarded to court. This serves as a stern warning, not only to
the Mighty Coalition for Democratic Change. This is why I call on all of you today, not just to believe, but to act. Not just to hope, but to build. Let us invest in the movement that has invested in you. Let us pay our due so that the party remains financially and politically prepared. Thank you. Your dues are more Your dues are more than money. They are a seed of commitment, a pledge of loyalty, and a symbol of hope. I am so proud to launch this due payment campaign today because it means that you, the grassroots, you, the real owner of this party, are ready to step forward, take charge, and prepare for the future. As your political leader, I promise you this: we will not rest, we will not retreat.
No retreat, no
We will organize,
no retreat, no
mobilize, and energize until we reclaim the leadership of Liberia. But let us do it the CDC way, peacefully, lawfully, strategically, and respectfully. Because when our time comes, and it will come, believe me, we must be ready not just to win, but to govern better. We must correct the wrongs, improve the system, and restore the dignity of the Liberian people. So let us unite, let us rise, let us believe, and let us build. And to all our young people, I say, stay focused, stay clean, stay strong. To our women, you are the backbone of this movement. Keep rising. To our elders, your wisdom is still needed. Stay with us. And to our opponent, we see the failure, and we are coming to face it.
What? I'm
Again, as the great Nelson Mandela said in a quote, it always seems impossible until it is done.
Cause every day they're talking about no matter who's right, they've gotta stop the fight. No matter who's wrong, the devil's still stronger. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. And Babylon shall not rise again. Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We're calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We're calling on Allah to save I and I. We're calling Adonai, save I and I. Cry, Liberia. Cry, Liberia. Cry, Liberia. We want peace in Liberia. Peace in Moravia. We want peace in Liberia. We want peace in Liberia. Peace in Moravia. We want peace in Liberia. Peace in Moravia. Cause Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Cause every day they're talking about the Liberian civil war, and everywhere over the land, muddy rivers of blood, oh Lord. No matter who wins, Liberia is crying out. No matter who loses, Liberia still crying out. No matter who's right, they've gotta stop the fight. No matter who's wrong, the devil's still stronger. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Moravia. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Moravia. And Babylon shall not rise again. Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We're calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We're calling on Allah to save I and I. We're calling Adonai, save I and I. want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. Cause Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Cause every day they're talking about the Liberian civil war, and everywhere over the land, muddy rivers of blood, oh Lord. No matter who wins, Liberia is crying out. No matter who loses, Liberia still crying out. No matter who's right, they've gotta stop the fight. No matter who's wrong, the devil's still stronger. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. And Babylon shall not rise again. Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We're calling on Jesus Christ to save I and I. We're calling on Allah to save I and I. We're calling Adonai, save I and I. Peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. Cause Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Cause every day they're talking about the Liberian civil war. Muddy rivers of blood, oh Lord. No matter who wins, Liberia is crying out.
Doctor degree. I'm ashamed to say the budget that President Boyka sent to us in February this year was my first time really going through the budget in the Republic of Liberia. Because usually they used to be on a year or nay foot. But because these 55th members said we're not going to pass anything yet, okay, you saw my own brother type one way letter, a small brother, just asking me, as Speaker, we're not going to do business as usual, and I think this is what you're doing. When this budget came, okay, we opened it up. You know how the budget used to run? they will come, and I don't know if your people can see, you see this huge budget book in my hand?
Correct.
We don't read every line. We pass the budget in categories. Then we give it to Ways, Means and Finance Committee. And on our Ways, Means and Finance Committee in the 54th, there were usually 3 or 4 guys. You know what they would do with that? They go sit down to Boulevard Palace Hotel in room 1026. And they will shift all these numbers here. They will adjust all these numbers. They will call agencies. They will call ministries. They will say, we put your budget is $2 million. We're going to make it $3 million. You will give us $1 million, and you can keep the $2 million. We give you some. That's the negotiation that went on in Boulevard Palace. Doctorate degree. I'm ashamed to say the budget that President Boyka sent to us in February this year was my first time.
Where we are now, I never expected that we'll get to this point. That the number one citizen in the Republic who vowed to respect all laws has decided to play politics with a constitutional mandate. The truth is, this constitutional mandate is not a debatable mandate. President Boyka, you must follow the mandate from the Supreme Court. The difference there is a very clear difference here. Either as a nation we agree to follow a path of chaos, because once you do not go by the rule of law, then you are calling for chaos. We either do chaos or we do calm, where our country is able to move forward, where the hopes and aspirations of our people will be met, where the dignity that carries the name Liberia across the nations of the world will no longer be looked at as a pariah. This is the choice we have today. And that particular choice is led by the President of the Republic of Liberia. He can decide whether he wants a calm country so that he can fulfill the rescue agenda, which I believe is just a story, as I've been saying, or you can open a Pandora's box that will lead us to a place where we don't want to be. I'd like to call on the President of the Republic of Liberia, President Joseph Nima Boyka, the members of the Unity Party, and the members of the Liberian Senate and the House of Representatives to abide by the Supreme Court ruling. The reason why the onus is on the President is because the first branch of government is the implementer of all laws. The Supreme Court has spoken. What they have spoken is law and is a mandate. We look forward to its implementation to its fullest. I thank you.
Behavior. These are legislators. They have immunity, and to try to embarrass them by putting them in jail, people are not going to go anywhere. They're not going to run away. They should have been left, released on their own reconnaissance, so that they can come back and do investigation and show the proof. But this is, I'm very disappointed. This is embarrassing. It's not acceptable. We issue a joint statement with other opposition parties, but really shame on this government for their behavior and for treating lawmakers the way they're treating them.
Okay,
I'm very disappointed.
Hey, what's up? I want an article right now. Bloody chaos, Lieutenant! Tell Flum to get the rooms ready.
We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia. Cause Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not rise again. Oh, Babylon shall not stand again. Babylon shall not stand again. Cause every day they're talking about the Liberian civil war, and everywhere over Jalen, muddy rivers of blood, oh Lord. No matter who wins, Liberia is crying out. No matter who loses, Liberia still crying out. No matter who's right, they've gotta stop the fight.
And yes, indeed,
No matter who's wrong, the devil's
Liberians are yearning for peace. Peace is all we need.
we want peace in Liberia.
And it is upon every one of us to maintain the peace of Liberia.
We want
Be you from political party A to B, Z,
peace in
we all need to maintain the peace of Liberia.
Babylon shall not
How do we maintain the peace? It is about the government doing the needful,
rise again.
creating the enabling environment
Oh, Babylon
for the citizenry of the country.
again.
Good evening to all of the towns and villages, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters.
Stand again.
Whatsoever you are joining us in the Bility of Liberia, we want to say good evening to you and welcome
Jesus Christ.
to this special political discussion
Christ.
and a special edition here on Voice of Liberia
We call it
on 104.1 in the nation's capital, Monrovia,
say by night.
89.7 in Mangibi, 90.7 in Bong,
Say by
96.7 there in Lofa, and 95.7 in Grambassa with other frequencies across Liberia. It feels good that we've joined together to speak peace. And we're also live on various radio stations in Monrovia. Ghana FM 98.5 is also live this evening. We're also live on Kings FM 88.5. We're also live on Truth FM 96.1, Freedom FM 87.9. We're also live on various televisions, Voice of Liberia television, Kings FM television, Ghana FM, Truth FM,
peace in Monrovia.
Freedom FM.
Cause Babylon shall not rise.
So it's a tag team here tonight. And we're going to be running you up to tomorrow morning,
again.
talking about the issues that matter, bringing the newsmakers, the main players in our country body politics. And so we're going to have a list of guests
Not stand
from different political parties.
every day they're talking.
We're going to talk about Liberia.
The Liberian,
we're going to talk about the real issues. We're going to bring the newsmakers to your doorsteps. Whatsoever you are joining us, we want to say hello and welcome.
Liberia is crying up.
The interests of the people matter. And it is because of you we are here today.
Crying up. No matter who's right, they've got to stop the fight.
And so in all we do,
no matter who's wrong,
there's one thing we need to protect. In protecting that, we all need to jealously put in efforts.
We want peace in Liberia.
And so we're going to be here, 5 of us, from different media institutions.
In Liberia.
My name is Sekou, and indeed I'm Sekou Sharif, inshallah. With the blessing of my parents, protection of Allah, acceptance, we're going to be here this evening up to the morning hours. There are lots of things we're going to talk about.
Oh, Babylon shall not stand.
And so we have the man Abraham Gusson Will. He represents Kings FM. Wisdom Blythe represents Bana FM.
Courage, come here.
And we have our brother Courage from Truth FM.
Yes, thank you.
And KOK will join us shortly. And someone said he loves coming late. But let me say good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatsoever it is at about this time you've joined us. We want to say welcome to you, and this is where you need to be at about this time in the country and across the world. You know, it feels good. I want to say, Courage, good evening to you, and thank you for joining us.
Yes, a pleasure, Sekou. Thank you so much. And of course, let me firstly congratulate you. Thank you for the good work you continue to do here for the Liberian people. Let me also appreciate the management staff of True FM for the opportunity to be here to share this platform with you, and also with my former boss, A.B. Weah, this evening, and also my colleague. We all work together. Basically, we do a lot of things together at the level of the Capitol building.
Okay.
It's a pleasure for him to be here to share this platform. Hope that it be fruitful, and we'll go through what it is and let people get to know what's happening, especially when they listen to the leaders.
Certainly, it is just fair enough. Let me say good evening to you, Winston. It feels good to see you.
Good evening, Evie. I'm honored to be here. Nice studio. Nice setup, committed, dedicated, and wonderful staff of the Voice of Liberia team. I feel like home. And again, it's an honor to share the platform with you, the CEO. You cannot root it out. Also, my own big brother, Abraham Gusson Weah. We hope to have ourselves a wonderful time and talk about the issue that matters to the motherland. In the other sector, you will say over time, because leaving our comfort zone to be here from the 5 all the way to 12 midnight is something that we'll have to do for our country, Liberia. And tonight, we're expected to talk to like you put it, leaders of our land. There have been issues relative to what are our leaders saying, what is going on, why are they not speaking, what is the way forward. And we will be looking forward tonight to hear from leaders of our country. This is not a show you will say that will be one-sided. No, you from the government of Liberia, if it's necessary, to provide information from in and give a reason why Liberians should believe that what you are doing, it is right. We also hear from opposition leaders as well. Relative, if you listen to the conversation yesterday at the Monrovia Central Prison, too many people had a lot of things to say as it relates to the detention of our lawmakers, the first citizens of our country, where some privileges, some rights should be given to them while the investigations continue. But this is the Unity Party. I told somebody there is no other political party that I know that exercise power than the Unity Party. They exercise it to the fullest. You gave it to them, sometimes you regret why they have to give the Unity Party. So it's an honor to be here, Sekou.
Let me say good evening to you, Ebi. It's good to see you.
Yeah, sure. I'm very happy and being here today, especially on a restful day. And when we are gearing up for the 10th week, sometimes you want to rest yourself, get adequately prepared for what lies ahead. One thing that I know for sure about this country is that our work and all the ingredients we need to get our job done can never be lacking, especially when you have a government in office that will just make you to feel good working all time, especially necessitating everything. So we are very happy, but not as happy as we ought to be, because our country is at a crossroad. Sometimes you want to say, let's chakla everything. But again, when you find yourself in it, you don't want to use that word chakla. You don't have to be don't care. You have to proceed cautiously, because no matter how people make you angry, during those days, when we were children, somebody just took one rest green from your pen, you chakla the whole thing, you go hungry for the day. That's you say, let's just pour it one time. Yeah, you don't want to go into those kind of things. So these are the kind of opportunities we have, and I'm very happy that we are here tonight and to share with our people. I believe, had we had such opportunity in time past during the 2-week party, and during the days of Charles Taylor, we wouldn't have found ourselves into war, especially courageous men like us, to speak out to the issues. We think with God being on our side, the courage that we've had, and He's been protecting us, and thanks to all those out there who've been praying for us. But these are challenging times. So we are here today, here to speak to the issues and confronting our country, because every one of us, we have nowhere else to go. Liberia is the only country we have. And we're not going to surrender it to people because they are putting fear in us. We can't do that. And that's why we are here to speak to the issues and nothing else but the truth. And so we are very happy. It's going to be a long period. But most importantly, that the leaders who are those who hold towards themselves the belief of the people, the trust of the people, and their followership, is good that their people will be listening to them tonight. And it gives hope. Because for us, we've always running the commentaries. We're always highlighting the issues. So it's not strange. But I'm very happy that we're here. And as you see, all over the latecomer kind.
When you ask him, Nana, you will tell you you're doing setup.
Only what the what? The latecomer kind. So there he is. But again, Sekou, it's good that we are here, and we can only tell our people that we are here out of courage, because it's not easy being here, especially at this time on such administration. But again, with God, all things are possible, and we hope for the best for tonight. And we're going to have a great time discussing what we know about our country. Thank you.
Certainly, we're going to have a great time here on the radio and on our various televisions. Let me say good evening to you, KOK. AB said we should call you the latecomer. Why you came in late?
All about the latecomer kind.
It's good to see you, Oliver.
You remember me to have to respond.
We caught him at the right time.
So why ever choose not to respond?
You are guilty.
He has his right to remain silent.
When they say something about you, you don't respond. You don't get so.
You are guilty.
Otherwise,
don't respond. Latecomer can't welcome. It's good to have you. Latecomer.
It's good.
Okay, so it is a wonderful thing, and it's been a long time we haven't had this gathering. But at such a very critical moment, it is important that we, make ourselves available, especially when the country is at a crossroad. The Pele people from Bon County will say, Blitana, this is where we are. And yeah, it's good, Sekou. So I'm anticipating when we start to place the calls to those political leaders, because it is from what they will say that will inform exactly what we will say as well, and what the people, will be anticipating. So yeah, let's get it rolling.
Sure. So let's just give you a lineup of what we're going to be doing here tonight. So coming up, we will have our very fair analysis of issues in the country, particularly on what's happening from the government as it relates to legislators that have been held under the custody of the government for what they are terming the way they are terming it. So we're going to talk about it. And the good thing, like Khan said, the real players of today's politics will be speaking. Just so you know, we have His Excellency, the former president of the Republic of Liberia, and currently he's the political leader of the Congress of Democratic Change. He will join us here via any other means to speak to the nation. We're also going to speak with the former vice president and also political leader of one of the major opposition political parties in Liberia. We're also going to speak with Mr. Alexander Cummings. He comes from the Alternative National Congress. He heads that institution. We're also going to speak with honorable and political leader Musa Hassan Bility. We're also going to speak with the former foreign minister of the Republic of Liberia and also political leader of another important political institution as well. I talked about it, Honorable Kemayan. And so we have a list of them. We'll talk to, party stalwarts, leaders from various political parties. We're also going to speak with Mr. Len Eugene Nambe. So we're going to have a very tight conversation here, something that you don't want to miss. You want to know what's happening, what they're going to say. Mind you, tomorrow, there are members, particularly the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, along with other lawmakers, will be taken to the court. And they're about to rally the support of their supporters from Lofa, from Vonjama, from Sino, Maryland, from Grand Bassa, from Montserrat, other counties, so that they can join the fray as they will be joining their supporters to take along their members to the court on tomorrow. So there are lots of things we're going to be discussing here tonight on the show. If you're just joining us, we want to say thank you for joining us. And it feels good that you've joined us. This is where you need to be. This is an all-important conversation we're going to be having. But before we can go into the conversation, just to look at some of the trending things, particularly on what's happening with the lawmakers and that of what the government has done. We'll start with Oliver to give us his own his thoughts about what's happening. And then we can go across the table. Then we listen to what the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, what he said over the weekend. Then we'll move on. Oliver, looking at what has happened, what are your thoughts about it?
Well, I mean, this is a whole complicated situation we're having on our hands, and it is at a point where the court is involved, and so not much we will say about the technical details, especially with the case, being filed. However, I think it is a very critical moment in the history of our country. I'm not too pleased with the way the government is proceeding in terms of fairness. For me, I think the investigation from the angle of the police, so far has been kind of one-sided. In these critical moments when justice is to be served, you do that particular. I mean, you get involved as a government from a holistic perspective. There's some technical details we may not disclose, but there are records of a lawmaker who sat up the capital on the night of the fire, and he was on the grounds, participated in one talk show in the night. I'm not saying he has knowledge in the situation of the fire, but he was there the night before the fire. I mean, the night of the fire. To the best of my knowledge, he has never been invited by the state securities as an individual of interest. Now, something else happened. The joint chamber is the particular part of the Capitol building that got, destroyed by the fire. In that joint chamber was the joint chamber was the home of the majority bloc at the House of Representatives. 2 presiding chairs were available in that joint chamber that they've been using. It will interest you to know that, how you call this thing? The chairs were removed, whether a day or 2 or whatever the case is, prior to the fire. All alone before the time of the fire, those chairs have been sleeping in the same joint chamber. What was the reason behind removing the chairs? What was the reason behind removing the chairs? Should we also call those who removed the chairs? Are they not individuals of interest? So my take is, if we should know what is at stake, if we should know what actually transpired, it has to be from a holistic perspective. And I'm giving the government the opportunity, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. But while we do so, we will want them to do it from an impartial perspective, especially when the police director is giving a post, granting journalists an interview after charging these people to court. I mean, he branded, you play the audio, he branded the accused individuals as perpetrators. I mean, any of us here can Google what a perpetrator is. Thank God AB is a lawyer. When you are a perpetrator, it means you are guilty already. You did it. So to brand people who are suspects as perpetrators is prejudice all by itself. It means without taking them to court, you've already branded them as criminals, as the doers, as the culprits. The president also branded people as hooligans.
On the very first day,
on the very first day, there was no fire report. The fire service did not do any report to determine whether it was an incidental, situation, whether it was an arson. He went ahead and said, hooliganism.
And undermines
in this country
the entire investigation.
In this country, when the president of the country says to anybody that this water you see is not a lake, that ocean, the ministers are under obligation to ensure that they add salt to that water so that the water turns to ocean. So in this kind of given situation, it is a complicated, thing. So I am going to reserve a lot more of what I want to say, because I want the political people, the political leaders and all of these, party people, to let us know what their take is. Then we can fetch into whatever they will say and give our conclusive opinion on the matter.
Okay, let's listen to our brother from Truth FM.
Yeah, it's a pleasure again. Sekou, thank you. Taking into account, to begin with, the Capitol building, I'll do some research. I got to know that it was constructed in 1956. That was under the administration of Weah and it's a building that hosts our leaders. So we go to the Bada Basu elite, after every 6 to 9 years of our country. A lot of things to take into consideration, as we will be hearing from our guests when they come. True, but what means one key issue we'll be looking at is the liquor challenge that is within this process, where the burden of proof, where the prosecutor himself will need clear direct evidence linking legislator to the act. We'll be taking into consideration the issue of constitutional protection, where the legislator often have certain constitutional rights at certain point in time, but also the national security versus the dual process, wherein balancing the swift action to protect the state with the needs of affairs and impartial legal process is one issue that the Liberian people also will be looking at and waiting to hear from them on the battle. Another issue here is the political falloff, where the institutional crisis plays in. Arresting lawmakers who have been perceived as an assault on the democracy governance of our country. Partisan welfare is one key issue, how it was treated while the legitimacy of the concern been raised. Civil unrest, where we look at public reaction, media disinformation, international implication, what it has on this country. and the precedents and future governance, and we're sitting at setting a precedent where arresting lawmaker for the involvement in the Violence Act is one key thing, because this, if as tend to be corrected, is one of, well, you know, this will go down in history. I think for the very first time to see elected official, you know, put beyond bars, not one person, not two, and some have to go on for medical, home for medical reasons, and Liberian people are hoping to get the final updates and what this has a reach to, because the fact of the matter is those lawmakers who are beyond bars today, they have to have a day in court where the state is on the mandate to be able to provide all of the evidence that lead to that cause a decision to send those guys beyond bars. And this is a serious matter case. The international community is paying key attention to us, what we're doing here, and we hope that, well, our concerns, our questions will also come once we hear from, you know, our guests as they come up on the show today. Thank you.
Okay, let's listen to AB.
You sure you don't want to talk to Winston?
Okay, Winston. Yeah, to be honest with you, I see a well-organized plan by the Unity Party administration. Was in session on Thursday when saw the agenda before the session, because normally they release the agenda, they have to adapt to them. To a colleague of mine, I say, this is not right. Why are they inviting the guys on a Friday? There must be a motive. Then to run it through at the back in the press bureau area, when they was reading the communication, a member of the majority bloc, eardropping, saying clearly they will arrest the guys tomorrow. So I stopped what I was doing and I decided to pay key attention. He said, if they're smart enough, they will not go there. Fast forward, I did the needful. I went out to some people and said, this is the plan of the government. They said, no, it's not going to happen. I said, don't take it lightly. This is exactly what they are planning. It was well planned. Remember, there are other lawmakers who also on last Thursday agenda that they have been asked to appear before the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. There's a possibility, if they can prove any case that members of the majority black took money, all of you mark this down today, the president of the House of Representatives will take action against them. It could lead to the suspension and so forth. Now, again, it is well organized and planned by the Unity Party government. You call a group of lawmakers, invited them to the headquarters of the Liberia National Police. I was there. When they got there, you told them, say, we are not prepared for you yet. You make them feel relaxed. You know, make them feel it's just a normal question or anything. So they came out. Then you called and said, we're ready now. And you kept them there for a long period of time. In fact, they took the phones, took everything for them. At the down meeting, you call a journalist and you give report. Look at the charges against them. Look at the role they say individuals member play in this whole thing. Colleagues, Liberians listening to us. Now, thank God we got a lawyer on the show here. The burden of a proof lies with the accuser. One is presumed innocent till proven in a court of competent jurisdiction.
That's right.
You said, let's take it bit by bit. One, Representative Dixon Sibu, according to Police Inspector General, the chief financier of this whole entire team, meaning he gave the money. How can you prove it? Representative Abu Kamara, Jacob Debbie attended meeting twice at Jaratan. Were you in that meeting? What were discussed in that meeting? What was the finalization at that meeting? How can you prove? How can the police prove that they went for that meeting and discussed X, Y, and Z, except they got some kind of recording? I'm not sure the lawyer is there. You're going to speak to it, whether you can take it to court. You can argue that. Another thing they said is that Fonati Kofa, the former speaker, used his office, his position and instructed his staff to do X, Y, and Z. What I don't get about this whole thing, why are they keeping others behind bars, colleagues, when Representative Priscilla Cooper is currently in her swimming pools? Why? Why are they keeping others when the Unity Party lawmaker is currently drinking pepper soup and Hennessy at her residence? Why? Yesterday she appeared at the court. She appeared yesterday at the court, gentlemen. She did not even enter into the courtroom. When she went there, the police officer walked to her and whispered in her ear. She took her back. She came and just go to. I got the video, the pictures in my phone here with dark glasses, red, lisped, and the policeman walked to her, whispered in her ear. I don't know what to talk about, and she turned around. It was later her husband, Calando, that can share the video. All of you here today came in a red suede suit, went into the court, came back with fly sheet like this, and he was gone. President Cooper drew herself from that court yesterday. Okay. Representative Abu Kamara isn't well. For the past 4 or 5 months, he decided to go to session because he got suspended on the basis that he was not attending session. So when they lifted the suspension, he decided to go to session, answer to his name call, exhaust the agenda, and leave for home. That's how I've been for the past 3 or 4 months. Unfortunately, they cannot grant that medical leave. There is something the lawyers there, the personal reconnaissance. They cannot give it to him. Currently behind bars. If anything should happen to Representative Kamara today, the government of Liberia should be here responsible for it. He's not well. Okay. Now, on the other hand, I see Unity Party folks are celebrating all around the place. Why are they celebrating? They are only celebrating because they got a bunch of CDC lawmakers behind bars. That's why they are celebrating. When you look at, which of course I don't want to back into it, but when you look at the write-up of some of the guys, the argument here around the place is that CDC people did it. But can you compare what happened? Gloria Musu's cut. Now the Unity Party people.
I know how it feels, right? Eyes dipping down.
But so again, let me end by saying, what next? There were a lot of frustration from partisans of opposition political party like the CMC, the ALP, MOVE, the CDC, expressing frustration, disappointment within the political leaders. I am here tonight to listen to what we are saying. Mr. President, former President George Weah say, I'm here to listen to what Alexander Cummings say to Liberians tonight. I'm also want to listen to the firebrand Musa, Hassan, Bility, and others. Thank you, gentlemen. I rest for now.
Okay, let's listen to AB. AB, there you go.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm just sitting and listening, and I think from our indications, we all agree that the process that is ongoing, the government is elementary. I don't know how to even term it further, maybe kindergarten, in their own approach towards everything. Since the inception of the Unity Party, they have never demonstrated any sense of maturity. They have never really taken government at the top where the layman will not know exactly what are the strategies that they intend to employ. And those are some of the things that mature political parties will exhibit. If you look at the ongoing activities, you can know clearly it's just a makeup. Even the layman in the streets already understand it. And nobody is saying you can divorce politics from sometimes the legal process, especially when politicians are involved. It's very, but it's a smart game, and you should have something to pinpoint whenever you are taking some political decisions, but you still have to make it appear in a way, let it have an appearance of legality, so that legal integrity can be the basis of that. Nobody cares about who's involved. Let's take, for instance, you say, cool. Let's take, for instance, if you are running this place and Abraham Weah was caught up in taking a pen from this place, the way you would treat me and balloon that situation, calling the police for investigation because you have an issue with AB, It's not the same way you would take it if Khan were to be involved. But at the end of the day, let it be clear that AB was caught breaching the law. Forget about whether he's opposing Sekou or so forth. But the government does not see that way. And like Khan was saying, prosecution has commenced, but trial has not commenced yet. So we are at liberty to say anything we want to say about this trial, because the guys have not been arraigned in court where they will plead or so forth. Nothing has started. No prosecution in itself has commenced, but trial has not commenced yet. And we have no issues with the government calling these people suspects. We have no problem with the police telling that these guys are the one that burned it. Because on the criminal justice system, they are going to be part of witnesses that will testify to those pieces of evidence they may have gathered that gave them the inclination thinking that these guys did it. Now, can the president put himself in the shoes of the prosecutors? No. This is where Joe Bwaka was very elementary, and I think his approach towards the whole thing, because if the president speaks in this manner, and you have people who have to be working at your way and pleasure, then there's no justice for all. All you will hear responsible presidents say when these things come up is those people who did what they did will face the full weight of the law. That's what you will do. But what I see happening now is Justice Minister in line with the police and so forth. They are trying to prove Joseph Bwaka right, because Joseph Bwaka have already classed these people as hooligans, that they did it. So everything you see ongoing now is to prove Joseph Bwaka right. Now, let's come to, the issue of these lawmakers, they are arrested for being bars. Is it really political or is legal? From the way they have been conducting themselves, you will see that it's mostly political. There is no iota of legality that is even initiating this entire process. I see Unity Party folks, they are celebrating, and it just reminds me about the day when Doe then came to power. And they decided to put, I listen to one brother before me, Henry. His father was slaughtered, killed in similar manner. When people are angry and they think they have assumed leadership, and instead of focusing on governance, that which Doe is supposed to have done, and instead they started a reprisal attack, they allowed their anger to take better of them and started to slaughter people, kill people, hanging people before the light post with no justice, with no rule of law. That was the beginning of our crisis and where we see ourselves today. So the Unity Party folks are just taking us back there, where they will sit back and see the wrong, and they are celebrating and knowing that that's the beginning of crisis. And you can see clearly that we are going back to the dark days. You can see it clearly that we are going back to the dark days. And we're not going to support that. And we're not going to support that. And that's why we are here to say, look, there should be a cutoff point to all of this. We can't allow ourselves to go back there. Because if you have a bunch of people coming, because clearly, you and myself will be as journalists. Just look at, since the Unity Party took over up to now, what is that clear, defining agenda that is people-centered, that they may have preached, that they have settled, other than witch hunting people, grabbing people, putting people in jail, and so forth? That's what it is. They got something on silver platter, and they use the situation to ruin everything about the UN Security Council that they didn't deserve, but now it has already taken over. They have eroded every iota of taste that they were even celebrating. Now we don't even know whether I ever won UN Security Council seat. What kind of people this who are just self-destructive? They will claim to be making one gain, then they come to damage the whole thing and just blunder everything about it. Only as we speak. Who knows? We don't even remember whether Liberia ever achieved anything in recent time, because the only thing we're discussing now is the lawlessness, the ruthlessness, and of course, and everything that's unfolding now. I think they are cursed, and I've always said it repeatedly. And when people are cursed, Sekou, effort is useless.
Okay, that's very good. Let's join our brother who's not in studio. He joins us from his location, Sharif Abu. Good evening, and thank you for joining us, making all efforts to be on the show.
Thanks a lot, Sekou, and of course, let me say a pleasant good evening to all of the wonderful guys in studio. And it's a pleasure joining from home. I believe these moments are very critical in our country history with all of the capital gains that we've recorded from the dark days. Liberia and every Liberian has contributed immensely to where we are for almost 20 or above 20 years now. So to see signs of retrogression, it must wake up the spirit in everybody to collaborate in redeeming and reminding the regime that these moments are scary, these moments are condemnable, and of course, nobody is condemning the pursuit for justice, but the pursuit for justice must not be misconstrued or replaced with political persecution. Judging from everything that we've witnessed from the onset of this to where we are, it is troubling to see state security and state apparatus being used to appease the political whims and caprice of the ruling establishment. Liberia has a very detailed history when it comes to heavy hand or repressive governance system, and we can call names of people. So when I saw the opportunity, I felt it was wonderful to educate our people continuously about the need to preserve and contribute. This is no moment for anybody to sit on the fence. We've all made some respective progress in our individual lives. Anything going haywire here is going to affect everybody, and this is no time. Just look at how terrible our citizens were treated in Ghana at the Bujumbura camp. Imagine yourself going back to another country again and being used like that and being abused as if to say you do not have dignity. This is critical. This is no partisanship. This is about our dignity, preserving our dignity. And no one party, no one president has got the prerogative, right, to dictate with the absolute pleasure of each of us, and then we sit and fold our hands and say, this man is the president. These are very critical moments. So it will be a great opportunity listening to the political leaders. We are independent journalists, and this is the one that gets to the spine of unity partisans. When we call ourselves independent journalists, we have refused to bootleg a repressive regime, a dictatorial president, a narcissist. And so when we call ourselves independent, we get to the core of their emotions, and they're so hurt. But that's who we are. We're standing with the Liberian people. We are standing with the country. We are standing with justice. We are standing with the rule of law. We are not justifying judicial overreach. We are not justifying presidential cluelessness. That's not what we are doing. So I am very elated to be joined by all of you on this wonderful platform, and I look forward to the conversation. And just to close up in my intro, Sekou and the rest of the folks, this is how I'm going to put everything that we are witnessing in our country now. For example, you live in a community and there's a crisis, and the community is divided into two blocks, Black A and Black B. AB is the lawyer in this one, right? Black A and Black B. The police come in as a neutral force to quell the situation. But when the police enter the community, the police made arrest of only Black A and left Black B out. And there's a church building in the community that got a fire. So instead of arresting everybody, taking statement from them and evaluating the statement as we understand, a criminal justice process to go, you arrest only Black A people and leave Black B people out. Then somebody want me to believe that this is a judicial process or this is an objective legal pursuit. No, this is political persecution. This is witch hunt. This is going after people for their political views, and it's terrible. I look forward to a fascinating conversation. It's good to be here, and thanks a lot.
Okay, so just so you know, you've been listening and you just join us at 7. We're going to have the political leader of the Alternative National Congress. He's going to join us, and then we start the conversation. Then all other leaders will follow, by the way. But let me just weigh in on what my colleagues they've said. I sat and listened to the Inspector General. Because of time, we won't be able to play, his statement. I listened to him keenly, and one of the things that I tried to look at very critically was the point in which he talked about one of the pieces of evidence that he claimed that, they have against some of the lawmakers that are going through what they're going through now. And that points to the issue where it talks about the direct evidence of the lawmakers participated in the formation. They were at a particular position or point in which the police think it can be used against them. And I'm looking at this from the security point. If you look at that from where they talk about the GPS, which brings about the graphic positioning system, to say that if an individual is at Voice of Liberia and then a crime is being committed at GW Gilson, for those of you that have been on the Capital Bypass, using our local GSM system, saying that because Winston was at Voice of Liberia, Oliver and AB committed a crime at GW Gilson, it means that Wisdom is part of it, because the GSM company of which they claimed had provided them pieces of evidence as to cause voice, exchange of messages and all of that point to the nearness of those lawmakers. Then it's something that you need to rethink about. Because if you say you want to locate people using the scientific means, which you worked along with the GSM company, you will need to do a lot of things. One of which you need to look at, because you want to look at the proximity of Voice of Liberia and George V. Gibson, looking at where the crime was committed. If you are looking at it, you need to look at the physical aspect, and you need to look at the scientific aspect. And I want us to take this into a serious consideration, because this is what the Inspector General said, that where those of the people that did what they did, according to them, the legs of Kofa and the other people were not too far. So that suggests that they supported whatsoever actions that got the Capitol building on fire.
Can I provide that information? Where, according to the police, Now, I just want to provide it for Honorable Senator Forati Kofa, former Speaker. Investigation fund concludes link that he used his office and his staff for Abu Kamara and Jacob Debbie participated in planning meetings and facilitated logistical support.
Okay, so it also brings about locations, because if you say they use the main office, that the Capitol building. So meaning anything happening there, you want to hold him. So you also, like I said, you need to look at two things. You look at the physical aspect and you look at the scientific aspect, because they drew their conclusion from the cell phone company. They call log or whatsoever they say they received from the cell phone company. Isn't it right? So if you're talking about the physical aspect, how can the police prove to the court, or the government prove to the court, that Fonati Kofa and all the other people, they were physical in terms of what that must have happened? It means you need to have a video footage of where Fonati Kofa, because you're talking about the physical aspect, because it is what they're using the cell phone company messages, calls, or whatsoever to say, okay, these people participated. So when they go to court, they need to show the court that evidence of where, for example, we all are in this room. You can see the video that Khan is here, AB is here, Wilson, you are here, our brother is here. So it shows that we all must have gathered at a particular point to have certain thing or to have a discussion. So if you want to look at the scientific aspect, you need to go for the DNA to test and understand those of the people that you have mentioned that must have been into that process. That is the scientific aspect of the entire thing. How can that be proven? All the materials that were being used to go through and find out that John Brown must have been able to lay his hands on this for what that must have happened at the Capitol building. From what we have seen from the Inspector General of Police, in every one of us who read thinking, do they have it? Certainly no. You cannot prove that to say you will see Funati Kofa. It is not possible for Funati Kofa to be having a conversation that he wants to burn the Capitol building and go record himself. Or if John Brown wants to do something, they go and record themselves to say, okay, we gave this thing to the police because we want it to be used as an evidence against us. The last time we checked, the very Inspector General said they don't have the capacity to do it. In so doing, they wanted an expert to come in. The next interview he had, he said they have concluded, meaning there are no need for, foreign experts to come in and help in the process. So when you see the inconsistency into what they have done, like one of us said, it is because of political reason that almost all of those that have been able to keep at the Monrovia Central Prison, they are all seditious. They are all seditious. It's just a matter of time. But the government, at the end of the day, will not be able to prove these things beyond any reasonable way. You hire lawmakers live on television, broke into the offices of the speaker, but they are not being invited as to why they did it. You hire lawmakers that the very day the Capitol building got up with fire, the next day, those chairs that were in the chambers were being used by them in another place. If the police is much more serious, don't you think, fellow Liberians, it is fair enough to ask them, how did they manage to get those chairs from there?
What was the rationale?
Were they informed that the place could be placed on fire? Or they are magicians now to say, okay, you know what?
I'm on the chair today.
Let's remove those chairs because something will happen. And removing those chairs is not something that you just want to take a chair. But there were a lot of chairs that they removed from there. How did it happen? Lawmakers did not place it on their heads. They must have used vehicle. Where were the police? The Inspector General said one of the police officers were being beaten. He nearly died. So the police allowed those of the people they're claiming that burned the Capitol building to carry out what they wanted to carry out, allow them to do it just because they wanted to come and investigate. So these are some of the things that Liberians are saying that what is ongoing now, it is a witch hunt. It is a witch hunt.
An addendum to that, look, the day before the fire situation, there was a protest.
Sure.
It was, the John Chibape and the rest of the folks had a protest. You all know in this country, whenever there is a protest, the proposed venue of that protest will be under the government's control.
Radar.
Government control that entire capital 2-3 days prior to the protest. The protest day itself, and after the protest, the government was still in charge of the capital.
Even the day of the protest, the president visited our area.
Thank you. So when the protest was done,
the same night of the protest, when we woke up the next morning, we woke up to the news of the Capitol being on fire. There were police officers assigned. If we are considering lawmakers who were at their homes as individuals of interest, what about the officers who are on ground?
Yes.
Their job, look, when you assign a police officer here, you're giving a TOR. You are to look at the studio from West Wing, North Wing, South Wing, East Wing, and ensure that no trespasser will come here. You will take stock of everything. I mean, there should be an inventory.
Yeah.
So what did you ask the police officers? You give authority over the place. What did they say? Because you cannot find individuals of interest only outside the security force. There can be people compromising within the security sector. So you need to go to your own police. We should have a holistic situation. But we're not going to judge. We're not going to render judgment here. We're just connecting dots as to why we think this is one-sided.
But even the day the building got burned, that very moment, there were officers of the Liberian National Police on ground where the perpetrator paused and left the scene.
So it means
because all around that building, there were officers. Where did it pass? I think where exactly? And the lawmaker that were in the building, the day it happened, who is now the senator of Nima County, yet to be questioned. What was it doing at 1-2?
If you look at some of the charges they have against Fonati and the rest of the other folks, they talk about conspiracy. Now, under the conspiracy theory, you don't have to be physically present for an act to take place before you conspire.
Okay.
You can be part of the planning. You sit back, but once you know that planning, the intent of that planning is to get this outcome, and the outcome did happen, that they can hold you for conspiracy. One key point Sekou stressed, which is very important, they have call logs. According to them, they have voices. Now, in their evidence gathering, which is very arcane and janjaweed, is to arrest people, torture them, and the very people you arrested and tortured, at a certain point in time you release them, and they have access to the media, and they shared with us what they said and how they said what they said on torture. We have all of that. Is also there. So you grab a group of people who are close to these guys. Then one thing they also did to build up a case, they sent for fire experts. So the fire experts came and they said the fire happened through incendiary means. Incendiary means are fire incidents that occurred with the deliberate intent of setting a property ablaze. Now, one thing they try to do to tie the knots, to tie in Kofa and the rest of the other guys is, one result continues there. You haven't had any DNA testing. Nothing. Not using any scientific, no scientific means, no forensic. In fact, they didn't do forensic investigation. If you follow the guys, their report that they gave, they did not tell you the method employed.
Yes.
Were through forensic.
The only thing they could say, they got to call log.
Very good.
That's all.
So, now they also telling you in their fire experts report that we saw continuing and sitting down. Now we are saying, and in fact, they have made it even more interesting. Where a speaker goes out to the public to apologize and admit a motive behind the instabilities that must have led to the fire. Who have been more probable and who have been more of any cause, because the speaker said for him, you not get money. So if you not get money to fire, they say not body, baby, and thinking to poke around on people that what you will do. Because he said it. He said the man said you want fire, and we will not get money. We do it for you to lead it. He said you not get it. So what made you think that the man who not get money will resort to burning down buildings and then putting it on the man who get money and say that the only way you will lead it, will kind of poke around on you? The speaker said that. The police have never invited any of those people.
No.
There were people on ground. And like we said, the police, yes,
You can grab certain people and say they did it. They elected to do it. Once they can prove it, it's no issue.
Good.
But the process in gathering that you like Abu said, you can't enter a community and everyone else in a house with a full loss. They just grab one group of people, everyone will be classed as suspect. It is through your investigation that you're releasing people one at a time. Now, you grab a presidential coupon just as a cover-up means to make it to appear that it's apolitical, only because you want to get at these guys. Just while we are sitting here, the Liberia Investigative Newspaper is reporting that they have filed for the SA Republican preventing Fonatikofa from traveling out of the country.
Okay.
Now you're getting to understand where we are with all of this.
That's right.
Now you're getting to understand why. Because Fonati was expected to depart the country on Friday. They knew it. The moment he got a ticket and it landed to them that Fonati already was about to travel, they said they are not allowing him to go. The only reason they may not be allowing Fonati to go, because they believe when Fonati goes in the West, there are other things that he may touch. There are other things, because this will be a fresh travel out of the country
after he left the speakership.
After he left the speakership.
So why will Fonati be behind by? So they fire such a rate. Wow.
But in fact, nothing has commenced in the first place.
So Eddie, I want you to report from the fire rescue alliance in Minnesota. And they came down with a report about this whole saga at the Capitol building. And one of the key issues they talk about, they discover was the presence of an 81 gallon of continuum that was placed, that is saw there, and they believe that, well, nobody who put it there, but it is in their report that they saw the gallon there. And at the end of the day, they discovered that 24 hours before the fire incident, they said, raising concern that while there was a serious minor protest in the country, that the protest that KOK talks about, right after the protest, straight the next day the fire came on the building. So they were also concerned that this is not electrical fault. Okay, this is a real issue that was set up by somebody intentionally to get against the wildlife. But then how will they get to enter the chambers of the Capitol building? When the door closed, when the door stayed open,
and the police were right there, took charge of the building. Somebody went there, and walked to the police.
There's the most. That's why I said the police is too elementary. You want to tie people to things that should be the way around it. What the police did in this, which is very much against. I'm seeing a feedback. Go ahead. Yes, what the police did, which of course is too elementary, and it exposes them more, is to accuse people before finding evidence to tie them to the crowd that you're accusing them of.
Were they under pressure to do that?
I don't know. And that's why you never needed to rush. The early statements of the president was very premature. The police were not supposed to be the first instance in investigating that. It is the fire service. You leave it as it is. The fire service will start. In fact, the invitation that were being done by the fire experts, you wouldn't have seen the police to do that. The police will leave it with the fire service. The fire service will recommend to the government that we are incapacitated to investigate such. We are recommending international experts to come and join us and lead this investigation. The fire service will make its reports known. But the entire thing has said that it is the fire service that will now lead the police. And tell the police that we have a reason to believe that from our investigation, these are X, Y, Z things that have happened. Then the police will now go for people who may have been there at the time it happened. But the whole thing started with the police before going to the fire service. So the fire service are supposed to initiate it because they are experts in that area. They are experts. They're supposed to initiate this entire investigation. They look for probable cause to either believe that it was an arson. Then the police will now invite all parties that could have some motive tied to it to say the fire service people told us this, that this is what they found out already. So we are now looking for people who may have probably been involved in it. Because the fire service will not tell you squarely that they applaud without authority. So at certain point in time, even the Senate on Tuesday they invited the LMP, they invited the Justice Minister, the National Fire Service Director in the Senate chamber on Tuesday, who were there. And
the issue
Gentlemen, can I
just the state security and those actors to give accounts of what happened at Capital Bay, because what the report is not being delayed up to now, nobody is coming with a report. So the Senate were concerned that what you guys are holding, you have released a report to all us know.
Okay.
So when they appeared on Tuesday, at the end of the day, they told the senators that we don't give any report yet. Now the matter is on investigation. So we're not give a time.
On Tuesday?
Yeah, on Tuesday.
On Tuesday,
Sarah. Yes. Then somebody said, but what is the long time? They give us a specific date. John will bring those corporate. Let us know who did this. And that will report. After all the putting end of the day, they appeal and they said finally that John will hear very soon. But after Tuesday, on Friday,
in fact, it was Senator Alex Taylor who requested and pleaded with plenary to allow the police to go and do the job. So I think everything was well planned, my brother. Highly political. I'm even wondering as to whether the government of the day will not want to pull the justice system by the nose as they go through the matter.
So there was a heated argument.
One or 2 weeks from now, the current Chief Justice will be retiring. You will have a new Chief Justice being appointed by the President. They will fast track that confirmation. Then you will have the President appointing another person to the bench. That's going to make them 3. Brother, we are headed for trouble in this country.
And what I'm observing as Senate, and if you go to the Senate and invite, for example, and top guys who are in the Senate decide to ask you tough questions, and the only thing you will see, for example, sometimes the president will get called, for example, if you approach the president. If you notice that you are giving some tough time to the person who have been invited, to answer some questions, something, they will just, for example, government observe it, they will call every, for example, approach the president. But even if you approach the president, if you go back to the seat, it will be cool.
But even at the House of Representatives, no, you don't find ministers of government or director of government appearing now in full plenary. Everything been channeled through committees. You will not find a justice minister coming.
Winston, let me make a quick point, right? I think I've listened to the flow. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
I mean, everything we said are all in line, right? This whole thing, I think what has caught the nation by surprise is the way, because we have not even gotten to the case yet, right? This is before we start to speak about the merits and demerits of the charges. But the processes in which the lawmakers are run off, right, and thrown behind bars. Imagine the idea of inviting statesmen, representatives of the people, from 9 a.m. in the morning, and keep them there hostage, right, up to 5 and beyond, with the clear intent to keep them in prison as a matter of what? Disgracing them and signaling some kind of political superiority. And this is where the whole case gets politicized, right? So, the kind AB and others said, right? When all of this happened, it happened right after there was a protest staged by former Basel superintendent and the others. So the police has already taken siege of the security at the Capitol building. Like the gentleman from 2000 said, when the
Musa, Abu, let me just hold you. Let me just hold you there, please.
Okay.
Indeed, we are grateful to announce to the country and the world at large that we have the political leader of the Alternative National Congress, in person of Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings. He joins us tonight to speak to the country on pertinent issues, looking at what's happening in the country. Indeed, Mr. Cummings, it's our pleasure to say good evening to you and welcome to the joint broadcast tonight.
Good evening, Sekou and the rest of you. Good to be with you.
It feels good to see you. We are currently in our main studios here at Voice of Liberia. We have Oliver Kine. We have Abraham Gusson William. We have our brother from
Corey's Kanga
from Truth FM. We have Winston Blay, and Abu Sharif is also here. I want to say thank you for taking out your time to join us tonight.
Again, my pleasure to be with you to discuss the pertinent issues facing our country.
Before we move ahead, our colleagues will come in with their questions. How is the Alternative National Congress?
The party is doing well. We are in the process of trying to revitalize, re-energize our partisans, but no, the party is well and alive.
Okay, sounds good. Now, because of time, we're just going to run into the issue of which we've asked you to join the show. What do you make of the current condition in Liberia?
Yeah, look, so I divide the issues into two broad categories, Sekou. One is around governance, which I think is what the main topic is tonight. And the other category is around the economics of the country, where our country is, the hardship being faced by our people. And so those are the two broad categories. But let's start with the governance category, if you will, because I think that is what topical tonight.
Please go ahead.
Look, this is all about the rule of law. This is about, our government, and today is the UP-led government led by President Joseph Numa Boakai. They are attempting, in my mind, to try to weaponize the judiciary. They are applying double standards. They are ignoring, in my mind, the presumption of innocence. Because if you take what happened on Friday to the former speaker and his colleagues, if there were true presumption of innocence, again, these are lawmakers. Nobody's above the law. Everybody is subject to the same rules. But these are lawmakers. The risk of flight, of them leaving or going anywhere, is extremely low. They could have called them to the police station in the morning, read the charges or questioned them, whatever. They could have gone to the courts and they could have been released either on bond or on their own reconnaissance. But the idea of doing it in the afternoon, knowing the courts will be closed, actually put them in jail, is an old political trick. This is why I keep saying, Sekou and others, we keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. And we think our country will change. This is something they did back in the Totman days, in the Doe days, in the Taylor days, and we're still doing the same thing, trying to embarrass our quote-unquote political opponents. Completely unnecessary. Again, a country of laws, of rules. And so this government just continues to perpetuate that sort of behavior. They ignore the courts on the tenure issue. The president ignored the courts, even on the speakership issue. He said, yeah, we hear your rules, but we're going to still, deal majority bloc. We cannot have a serious government who behaves the way they do. And so it's concerning. And then it affects the economics of the country because no serious investor will come to Liberia under these circumstances. And our people are struggling. The rate, the exchange rate has gone to 200 under this government. I think LPRC just announced the price of fuel is going up. The price of petroleum is going up.
Yes.
Quietly. GST is up to 12% now. So all these things are going the wrong direction, and we're not getting our governance right, so we can focus and address on the economy. So long answer to your question, but two categories: governance, economics, and they both intersect, of course.
Let's look at Oliver. You want to come in?
I mean, so Mr. Cummings, in the midst of all of what you are cataloging, Liberians and I'll say
are kind of concerned as to why you are not that vocal. They know Mr. Cummings and the ANC to be this political party that will be very critical. I mean, you were kind of critical against the last administration. They think you are a bit soft. They think you are not talking the way you're supposed to do. For them, they think you're silence, and the silence of the opposition community is giving rise to some of the things happening in the country. What do you say to that?
Well, I'm not being silent now, right? So I'm having this conversation and speaking out. But I would also argue, what did all of that talking get me in the past, right? So what was the result? So we have to recalibrate. We have to rethink how we talk when we talk, right, and what we talk about. But look, I think the behavior of this government is actually is pushing the opposition to collaborate and to work together again on issue by issue. And on this issue, I'm happy to speak because I've been a victim, a personal victim of the weaponization of the judiciary. And it was actually orchestrated by my colleagues at the time in the Unity Party. So they carry on the same behavior. So this is very personal for me, this kind of continued behavior of trying to weaponize the judiciary. I want to be fair to the courts. They have not gotten involved yet. They have not. So it's mostly on the executive branch side, but it's the behavior of this UP party that continues. And so, yes, we are engaging now, we're active now, and then on a case-by-case basis, we'll speak out to the issues that affect our country and our people.
With the way you see the country, and you mentioned about the governance of our country, and you said if a government continues to lead her people in such a way, investors won't be able to come in a country, scare away investors and all of such. Seeing lawmakers from the Capitol building being dragged the way they were dragged recently to the police, onward to the Monrovia Central Prison. You, as the political leader of one of the biggest opposition political parties in the country, what have you to say concerning such? And what will you say to your supporters that are listening to you in and across the world?
Yeah, look, as I've said, Siku, it's unacceptable what is happening and how this UP-led government is handling the governance of our country. Again, they've been investigating this issue for the last, 4 months, 5 months, however long it's been since the fire, the arson. They could have, again, called these lawmakers to the police station on Friday morning, gone through whatever the process they went through, and allowed them the opportunity to go to court to either be released on after posting a bond or just to be released on their own reconnaissance. As I said, these are lawmakers. The risk of them fleeing or flight is very low. And by the way, I understand that one of the UP lawmakers who was initially also asked to come to the station with them was released to her lawyer. Why the double standard? Why treat one person one way and somebody the other way, right? I mean, it's completely unacceptable. And again, you would think, Liberians elected President Boykai, who is our president, based on his experience, you would think the experience would come to bear. But instead, again, the same behaviors that have gone back in the history of our country, where opposition or so-called opposition or perceived opposition are, trying to be embarrassed and mistreated and again, weaponizing the law. Just not acceptable. And so we will speak out unapologetically about this sort of behavior because it doesn't help our country. There's no benefit for doing what they're doing. Just follow the rules, follow the rule of law. If it leads to the guilt, if you got the evidence, it leads to the guilt, so be it. But follow the process. Don't try to embarrass people and again, weaponize the laws of our country. It's unbecoming of us. We just and all applauded the fact that we won the non-permanent seat on UN Security Council. Great for the country. We all applaud that. And then to turn around and try to do this, that's like scoring an own goal. It's not helpful to the image of Liberia. I'm sorry.
Okay, you want to ask?
Honorable Corner, it's good to have you. This is Bladin, Winston Bladin. Listen to you carefully. You spoke about the rule of law, the government trying to weaponize the judiciary or political trick. Now, I got three important questions for you, sir. Question number one, when was the last time you spoke to your friend, President Joseph Yumambuaka? What for you, opposition, collaborating political parties? You were very, very, very on the back of the CDC government. When was the last time you spoke to Mr. President?
About some of the things he's doing.
So you say you had three questions. Should we just get all three and then I respond?
You want me to get all three? Question number two, sir. Do you think, having stressed the name for collaboration, do you think collaborating now can solve anything in this country? Three, do you still believe in the rule of law, sir? Honorable President Joseph Yumambuaka, your friend, one-time political ally. Thank you.
So to your first question, when the last time I spoke to President Boykai, it was actually on a flight. We were both on a flight from Accra to Monrovia. Was the last time we physically spoke. And then on Unification Day, he tried to reach me and could not. He sent me a text, which I responded to. I tried to return his call, and I couldn't reach him. So the last time we physically spoke, we were on a flight, as I mentioned, from Accra back to Monrovia, and he tried to call me on Unification Day. Didn't get me. He sent me a text. I tried to call him back. I didn't get him. I responded in the text. But that was the last time we spoke. Collaborating. Look, I think on a case-by-case basis, we're going to collaborate with any party we are philosophically aligned with, any party where on the particular issue we agree with. We learn a lot from our experience in the collaboration with the CPP, and we don't plan to make those same mistakes. But I have to say, though, the behavior of this government and the actions and flouting, the rule of law will only encourage us to collaborate even more, particularly on specific issues that, again, we have common ground, we align on. And in this case, we align with other opposition parties on the treatment of the speaker and the other lawmakers. And do I believe in the rule of law? Yes, I do. Strongly. Liberia should be a country of the rule of law. I hope that when the former speaker, and his police go to court tomorrow, I hope when the judiciary get actively engaged and involved, they will do the right thing. And again, to be fair, so far it's been purely on the executive branch, with the National Police behaving the way they did and the actions they took. Tomorrow now it will go to the courts. And I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic that the courts will do the right thing and will handle this per the rule of law. And so, yes, I believe in the rule of law, and I believe our country should be a country of laws, and that everybody should be treated the same based on the rule of law, and not having double standard where one representative is let go, get to go home, and the others are not. Just because the person is from the Unity Party and the others are not from the Unity Party. This is how you foster
as you've said,
and this unity in our country.
Okay. As you said that you're willing and also praying that the lawmakers will be going to the court tomorrow. Your supporters are listening to you across the country, out of the country, through different mediums tonight. How can you encourage your supporters? First of all, are you going to be part of political leaders that will be accompanying those of the people that have been placed behind bars, the lawmakers, to the court on tomorrow? Let's know that first.
Yeah, that's the plan.
You're going to be part of it. We want to be clear. You're going to be part of the people, right? Let me say the simple English.
That is the plan. So how more clear can I be? That's the plan. We plan to be there.
Okay. So tomorrow you're going to be there. Mr. Cummings, can you please speak to your supporters that are listening to you? How can you encourage them to come out in our numbers tomorrow?
So for me, this is about peaceful assembly. Let me be very clear. It's the right of Liberians to assemble as long as we do it peacefully. And I want to emphasize that. No rioting, no vandalism. I will not support, I will not tolerate, I will disassociate myself from anything that goes against the rule of law, riots, vandalism, any of those things. But beyond that, I will encourage all Liberians, including my supporters, to be there tomorrow to support the former speaker and his colleagues. In as many numbers as they can pay their way, walk, and come there. But I emphasize peaceful, follow the law, peaceful assembly. Nobody should come there and do the very thing we're speaking against. We're calling on the government to behave. We want every Liberian, not just my supporter, who shows up tomorrow to make sure they behave.
In doing so, Mr. Cummings, you know the police of our country at times to go beyond what they are to do. Why, if you people have a very strong resistance from the police, not to have you people, joining the fray to take your supporters or who you people, are supporting to the court tomorrow? What becomes of it?
Our people might, and I say our because it will not just be ANC people there. Our people should not engage in violence tomorrow. I call on the police to let people peacefully assemble and not provoke anybody. But my message to all Liberians who want to show up tomorrow is your right to do so, but do not indulge in violence. Do not try to take on the police. Do it peacefully. And again, I call on the police to let people peacefully assemble.
Yeah, Mr. Cummings, so you are at the moment calling on your supporters, especially those of them who believe in the rule of law, to assemble on tomorrow. It is one thing to call on them, as the political leader. It is another thing to send that message to the structures of your party. Is the ANC mobilized for this? Do you have the mechanism in place as a political leader with your different party structures across Montserrat, since this is the concentration point? Is that happening, or are you just using the radio as the only means to call them?
So first of all, let's be practical and realistic people, and not try to be politically provocative. So these events are happening rapidly. We have various chat rooms and processes in our parties, which we communicate through, and we're communicating through those processes to our partisans. And I'm on the radio tonight having this discussion and encouraging them to come. To assume that anything beyond that is happening, I would not be telling the truth. But let's be honest about where we find ourselves and the timing of this event and the timing of the decision to actually go to the courts tomorrow. So let's just be realistic and practical and not try to be overly political in our conversations.
Okay, Cummings, once again, I'd love to say good evening to you. It's been a while now. This is Corey Kanga from Truth FM. I got two concerns. One is the rule of law. What concept and a concrete step must Liberia take as a country to build a culture of respect for the rule of law among both citizens and political leaders? That one. Another one is, how can we as a country address the gap between the law rating on paper and actual enforcement, especially regarding corruption, human rights, and the judicial fairness?
So look, to your first question, the obedience to the rule of law, or the the example needs to be set by the leadership of the country, starting with the leadership that's in power. They have to obey the rule of law. They have to set the example through their behaviors and through their actions. And so far, unfortunately, this government is not doing that. But it starts there. And then it starts with the rest of us who are quote unquote leaders. And leaders in politics, leaders in business, leaders in civil society, leaders across the board in the churches, in the mosque. All the leaders should set the example and follow the rule of law. And then our people will do the same. It's not about what we say, it's about what we do. It's about our actions. And that's why I emphasize freedom of assembly tomorrow, but peacefully. Peacefully. On your question about, and again applies to rule of law, about corruption, etc. This is again has been an issue in our country since the founding of Liberia. This thing called corruption. And look, I've spoken out about corruption, perhaps most forcefully than anybody else in the political arena, and I will continue to speak up against the stealing or the looting that is taking place in our country. And again, that process will only change when the leadership in the executive branch, legislative branch, judiciary branch begin to set the example, and there are consequences, right? There's punishment, there's consequences for people that break any law, including stealing from the Liberian people.
Okay, let me give Abu the chance to ask his one question, then we can move ahead. Abu, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And Honorable Cummings, it's good to have you. My name is Abu Sharif, like Siku said, and I think these are very critical moments. So basically, I have two questions to ask you. And my first question is begins with this. You know, initially when you started your expose, you indicated that we have, as a country, we have two situations on our hands. It is governance and economic issue. And I'm interested in the economic issues where there are increased prices on the local market. Liberians have been complaining, and of course, the exchange rate is skyrocketing. We just talked about the secret increment in the price of petroleum product that's going to affect transportation costs for our people. And all of these things have been the center of the conversation recently. And then with what we are seeing in the breakdown in the rule of law from the governance angle, can we say the government is using these movements to cover up for the economic quagmire that has engulfed the government, and it appears very clear that there is no solution in sight. So to divert the public attention from the economic failure, then we ignite political tension to scapegoat the real issues of governance and proactive leadership in solving the problems of the people. My second question would be, you are a politician, and a lot of politicians have spoken. We saw the statement from 4 collaborating political parties in regards to these happenings. But we have here barely voices from the independent civil society organizations in the country, the spiritual organizations like the Religious Council, right? Recently, we saw the LCC confer honors on Honorable Richard Nangbe Kun. In all of this, and this is about the country. So does it bother you that the quote unquote moral voices in the country do not see the trouble as politicians are seeing, or are politicians exaggerating what is happening? What's your thought?
Yeah, so let me start with the last question first about civil society speaking up. First of all, look, to be fair to them, again, this event is just unfolding. It just happened on Friday when the actions took place against the former speaker and his colleagues, and it's Sunday evening. So we need to give them time. They may react tomorrow. I hope some of them show up tomorrow at the courts, and beyond. They might make statements, etc. So again, let's be fair in the context of this particular event. But I do think there's an opportunity for the civil society to be more vocal, to be more engaged, to not only acknowledge and recognize when good things happen. They should do that, but similarly, should call any of us, government or any of us so-called leaders, to book when we are violating the rules, violating the law, because they play a powerful role. There should be a more independent voice. Anything I say will be construed as being political, and that's fine. But they should have a neutral, independent, and therefore more commanding voice. And I will encourage civil society organizations to speak out. You mentioned the situation with the Liberia Council of Churches and recognizing Speaker Cohn. I agree with all of the outrage and the pushback against that. I think they acknowledged it was a mistake. I think they did. But whether they did or not, I support the discontent, and the outrage, and the pushback against what they did. But in this particular case, let's give them time. They may react in the right way. With regards to political diversion, look, that's decision that you and political pundits and Liberian people have to make, whether they're being diverted. What I do know is that the governance of our country is being challenged, while the suffering of our people continues. And I've given the examples which you cited. I like the word you use, the secret increase. I think that's the right descriptor. They try to slip it in and do it quietly. The increase in the price of petroleum and fuel, but also, the GST going up, et cetera, et cetera. And I was in the market in Barnesville on Saturday, on yesterday, and I can tell you, you see the struggles real. It's not, and to try to tell people things are well when they know it's not. Again, Liberian people are not stupid. They understand and they get it. And attacking the opposition, that's fine. That's what I guess politicians do to each other. But Liberians know the country is not moving in the right direction.
Okay, AB wants to ask, then maybe we'll ask two more questions. Then Mr. Cummings will let you to have a rest. AB?
Yeah, and so Mr. Cummings, and great to join us. Tomorrow, you expect that your followers will join you tomorrow at the Capitol building, where they will be able to rally their support and for justice and the rule of law in our democracy, and which is very much important and laudable. But I would just like to get your take. That is not your first time. Your cries continued, and the last time we ever checked was Weah in power, and yet in the opposition, you still raise the same voices, the same cries continue with you. Are you some way, somehow disappointed that together, when you people were in the opposition, and then one person emerged from amongst you people, and that person is in Joseph Yuman Boakai, and with one voice, you people were pressuring the Weah's administration? That voice, do you still see that voice being re-echoed? Do you think Boakai is living up to the expectation of the opposition you were part of when Weah was in power?
Wonderful question. The answer is no. Look, I go back to actually my opening comment, and you mentioned my message in the almost 10 years now since I entered Liberian politics. It was 2015, 2016. Has been the same, because nothing has really changed fundamentally. Sad to say. That's why I keep saying we keep doing the same thing and expect different results. I don't know what happens, by the way, and I've asked this question of some former leaders, is that when people are in opposition, when we're in opposition, we are critical, we see all the things we'll do different, and then somehow people get in power and they repeat the same things. I don't know if it's the water they drink in the mansion, then we got to change that plumbing system or something. I don't know what it is. But we keep doing the same thing and expect to get different results. We keep electing people with the same kinds of experiences and we expect different results. So to answer your question, disappointed. You know, Liberians, again, we're voting for experience, but we're experiencing experience, right? And it's yeah, I mean, look, it's disappointing. Again, we keep doing the same thing, you know. It's like we play musical chairs with our country. And, you know, musical chairs, you got 10 chairs in the middle of the room, and you got 20 people running around. The music stop, 10 people sit. And those 10 do the same thing. Then elections start again. That means the music starting. We all run around the chair. The music stops, some of us win with, and nothing changes. So, yeah, it's very disappointing. And for the sake of the country, look, I've said this consistently, publicly from day one. Anybody who leads this country, we should wish them success. We should wish them well. Because if they're successful, that means all of us are better off. And if it makes it harder to replace them, that's not a bad thing because we're pushing the country up. You know, I did a post a few weeks ago about starting a race to the top. Let's race to the top as opposed to racing to the bottom, where we keep doing the same things, we keep pulling each other down, you know, that crab mentality, as opposed to supporting each other. But we also, in that process, need to call each other out when we're not doing the right things, right? And this is what my conversation with you tonight is about. It's about, let's just do the right thing. Let's just follow the law. If you got the evidence, then go to court, follow the process. If they're guilty, they're guilty. If they're not, they're not. But to try to embarrass them, you know, that old trick. Let's take them Friday. We know the courts will be closed, so we can put them in jail and embarrass them. I mean, what nonsense. Unnecessary, right? And then you let one person go because they're your partisan. So then you apply double standard to that. What are we doing? 177 will be 178 this year, right, gentlemen? Am I wrong? And shame on us. Shame on us.
Oh, we are not getting the.
No, he's there.
I'm here.
He's there.
So let's ask one or two more questions so we can wrap it up.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna wrap it up. Mr. Cummings, in asking the one or two questions, I'm sure you political leaders that are going tomorrow, you people are anticipating a particular thing. What exactly you people are anticipating? Is it that the lawmakers are to be released, or if they are not released, what exactly you people going to do next?
I expect that the courts will do the right thing. That, you know, the government will bring the charges, they will be read, whatever the legal process is. I'm not a lawyer. And then they'll ask for bail, for bond, and I assume because the risk of flight of them leaving or going anywhere is very low, the courts will let them go, and then the legal process will start. So I expect that will happen tomorrow, to be honest. I don't expect anything different to happen, but it's important that we are there so that Liberians see and the courts see that we want to see the rule of law actually run its course as it should, and I expect it will.
Okay, so who's going to ask the last question? Then we call it a day. You? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Cummings, let me just come up with the last question. It's basically about the country, the status of the welfare of the state. Looking at President Weah, he has spending power already, a few years ahead. Do you think that Liberia will see any change as they expected?
Look, I hope so, and it's a good question to end with. Thank you. All the questions have been good, by the way. Look, I hope so, and we should all hope so. The early indications are not good. You know the old Liberians saying, you will know Christmas is good by the eve, right? So far the eve not looking good, but then maybe, at the last minute could be surprised. Something could happen. So I say we should hope so. We should hope that things will get better, that the government, President Weah, really start to pay attention to managing the economy, so reduce the economic pressure on our country and people. So my answer to your question is, I hope it gets better. Again, early indications are not good. Too many own goals being scored, including what happened on Friday. But let's hope for the best. It's not in our interest for President Boycott to not be successful. That means we're wishing our people to keep suffering. And I would never subscribe to that. As critical as I was of the CDC government, I always said I wish them well, I hope they do better. We always provided recommendations and solutions. And we start to do that now. We start to provide recommendations and solutions to the challenges that face Liberia. Whether they use it or not, it's going to be up to them. But we should hope for the best for our country and for our people. And we should hope for the best tomorrow at the courts, because there's no reason why these lawmakers should not be let go on their own reconnaissance and then to come back and go through the judicial process and let the government prove their case. It shouldn't be circumstantial, and let them come and prove it, and then Liberians and the courts will judge.
Mr. Cummings, Liberians in and out of the country are wondering about your relationship with former President George Weah. Seeing the both of you now going to put hands together, move at the court tomorrow, it's a very big news. What is it like in terms of the relationship between you and former President George Weah?
Look, I believe that in a country like Liberia, particularly, we are a very small country, gentlemen. I'm sorry, no ladies on your panel, but we are a very small country, 5 million people, thereabouts. Everybody knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. So we're very connected, even though we create all of these differences and separations, etc. The point is, as leaders, we should know each other. And we should disagree based on policies, on philosophies, on behaviors, but it should not be personal. Just like I had a relationship, and I still do. I mean, I know the current president, President Boycott. We haven't spoken substantially since he became president, but that's okay. I mean, that's his choice. He's still our president. I knew him. I had a relationship with him. Similarly, with former President Weah. I know him. We have a relationship, and that's appropriate. We'll agree on some things. We'll disagree on other things, and that's also okay. By the way, so people shouldn't overread into it. I met the president last week. We had a good conversation. We had a meal together. We agree. We will keep meeting and talking, and that's how it should be. So again, let's not overthink it. And I just believe that as leaders, we should know each other and keep the doors of communication open, because sometimes our people get in the way, and it's good to have that direct contact with all the leaders of the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings, for joining us tonight on the show. Is there anything that we didn't talk to you about you want to say to your supporters before we let you go?
No, we covered a broad array of issues, but focus on the current situation in the country. And again, I encourage all Liberians, including my supporters, but all Liberians, to peacefully show up tomorrow, to let the judiciary, to let the government know that we believe in the rule of law and we expect them to follow the rule of law. But thank you for the conversation, and I assume
Mr. Cummings, where exactly you guys going to be converging tomorrow? Where exactly you guys will be converging tomorrow? You say at the court grounds or somewhere else before you get on the grounds of the court?
We're working on those logistics, but I believe we're converging on the court grounds. But we're working on those logistics now, so our teams are meeting to work that out.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There you listen. You're listening to. Okay, Abu. Okay, there you listen to Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings. We want to say thank you very much, gentlemen. Before we can join Musa, Musa is trying to get in what you guys make of what the political leader. Let me start with Wisdom. They play Wisdom. I will be the last.
I'm mistaking it with my microphone off. So,
so tell me sorry now.
I'll be that. Can't go ahead.
Okay, let's listen to Khan.
I think we should have the political leader of the CMC.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I think that's
in time, just to allow him come in. We can let
so let me come in, and I think it was quite. So it was quite great, and listening to him. You know, these are political actors in this country, and we always have to listen to them, what they have to say. Do we have our own perspective of how they intend to govern this country whenever given a chance? So we are still hoping for the best for all of us. But I think he stressed on key issues. And for you to find yourself, especially being in the opposition, and seeing those voices that you people were echoing, especially at the time, talking about the issue of rule of law. Remember, Cummings himself, he spoke about the issue about political interference and so forth in his trial involving him and that of Benin Ayure. And he said the government was having a hand in it. That was then on President George Manuel Weah. Now, he still crashed out. So you sense the consistency in that. It's not, you want to term it on the basis of the fact that he still remains in the opposition and things that he taught me have changed and have not changed at all. And he is also not excluding himself and saying that there could be something practically wrong with us. Every time we are in opposition, there are things we say, and the moment the coin flips on the other side, when we get there, things...
We don't live up to it.
Yeah, we don't live up to it. We don't know what's happening. He said maybe there's some water in the mansion there. But I think to a larger extent, supporting this process is good for him, it's good for the country, and these are actors. You don't want to come up when you need votes from the people. That's one thing. Sitting back and allowing it to work, because now as we speak, everyone else have to now stand up for the Liberian people. I think we are at a crossroad where they need the voices of these people who will go to them when the time shall come. You can't wait until the dying moment. And when you know you need power from these people, that's when you are going to start elevating, their plight. It's now. There's no better time than this time. And that's why some of us, our consistency that we have had, I think it had helped to build up the people. But they are the leaders. We are not the ones that are going to be sitting in those chairs. They are the ones that are going to be sitting there.
It's clear to all of you partisans and supporters. We're waiting for you to send to join the link.
Yeah.
All of the supporters and partisans, of ANC, you need to come up in your number, like your political leader.
Yeah.
He spoke recently, and he's calling on all of his supporters to come out in their numbers on tomorrow to stand for the cause. Meaning, we need to protect something in our country. They like you usually say, if we keep doing the same thing, we want to get different results.
It's not possible.
So you got to do something different to get
different result.
To get different result at the end of the day. So it is up to you.
Yeah.
We will certainly have with us the political leader. Oliver, you want to say that?
No, I'm just awaiting on ability.
So can I say a word too? Right.
Okay, Abu, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So we want to commend Honorable Cummings. I believe he spoke very profoundly, and these are exactly what we expect from those who are vying for the confidence of the Liberian people going forward. And very recently, we had our conversation on our platform, and we said the very same thing. We are the political pundits or the political commentators. We will commentate the happenings, right? But at the end of the day, the very people who will be coming out to tell the Liberian people that, look, you can trust us with power, must be seen in solidarity with issues in the country that undermines the rule of law and that leaves the Liberian people to suffering. So if you do not speak when the Liberian people are crying, when the Liberian people are complaining, it becomes a little selfish only to speak out when it's 2028, 2029. So it is a good thing to hear from Mr. Cummings at about this time. And I think he spoke very profoundly on each of the questions that were asked him. And I think I am intrigued by the fact that they are considering working together in one accord. And the bottom line of all of that being pointed to the rule of law is king. And a very important caveat he sent out to his supporters and other Liberians: look, do not fall for the regime propaganda that assembling tomorrow is in any form a commitment to rolling back our peace or creating disturbance. Rather, it is standing in solidarity and in support for the rule of law. So that must not be misconstrued or misinterpreted by regime elements to mean that Cummings and all the other political leaders are coming to support war in the country, or they won't bring war, or they won't do this. No, because this is basically the narrative and the spin that the government folks are putting on, like Mo Ali and others. Right? So it was a good conversation. I have one last question for him. I hope we'll meet another time, and then we can talk about that. But I think it has been relatively a wonderful conversation with LS Cummings.
Okay, we're waiting on Honorable Musa Hassan Bility to join us. So we have list of guests here tonight. We will be interviewing the former president of the Republic of Liberia and also the political leader of the Congress of Democratic Change, His Excellency George Weah. He will be our guest here, one of our guests. And also we'll talk to the political leader of the National Patriotic Party. How many of you, when you hear NPP, what comes to your mind?
Okay, let me start. Yeah. You know, whenever I hear about NPP, the first person that comes to my mind is the former president Charles Taylor.
What about you, Wisdom?
Yeah, who else? Well, it's not Taylor.
Okay. What about you?
The bird, the pepper bird.
Yes. Evie.
We call it the Taylor's party.
Let me come to double CDC. What comes to your mind?
So what about Unity Party?
Ellen Johnson.
The movement for economic empowerment.
You talk about
Kemayan.
Oh yes,
but why Unity Party? Why is always Ellen?
No, but no. I mean, here is the reason why I think all of us went to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I think she managed to have had the Unity Party government in the Unity Party era, because the last time I checked, I saw Nathaniel Mangill as an assistant minister.
Yeah.
Exactly. The last time I saw George Weah,
Seven
as peace ambassador.
Yeah.
That was unity in unity.
Yeah.
What I see today is the fact that trained security personnel in the EPS who were trained to serve and protect the state, regardless of where they're from, being taken off government for a particular perceived motive.
Yeah.
That's disunity, not unity. When you find people being dismissed from the Ministry of State, the Ministry of Transport, even those who voted the very Unity Party being dismissed, not because they are not competent, but because they got employed between 2018 to 2023.
That period.
When you see that happening, that is not a unity party. That's disunity. And
that's what Kumi just said. Too many own goals have been scored.
And that's why we will always link the Unity Party.
So no VR the video goals.
We will link the Unity Party to President Johnson Sirleaf, because what is happening right now is not Unity Party. It is this Unity Party.
Okay, as we await Musa, let's go to Senator Nathaniel Fallow Magill and have a word with him, because we have lots of guests that we will need to talk to tonight.
He's the head of the CDC
Legislative Caucus. He's the head of the CDC Legislative Caucus, and someone that is making a lot of strides at the Liberian Senate for good governance and some other issues in the country. Senator Magill, thank you for joining us tonight on the show.
It is on now.
Okay. So you want us to?
That plead with Senator Maggie.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being with you guys.
Senator,
we will call you back.
Okay.
A political leader is on, so we'll call you back.
Senator, we're going to join you shortly. It's so good that people listen to your voice, and there are people in Mangi, they are listening. At least their senator.
So the senator got to wait for the political leader.
His debit comes already.
Okay, I'll go to standby.
Okay, Senator.
The man is a soldier.
Yeah. You know, I like about Senator McGill. You know, he has.
Let's go to honorability.
He has what it takes. Okay, so let's now join Honorable Musa Hassan Bility, who's going to address the country. Honorable, thank you for joining us tonight. Welcome to our conversation. Good evening, Honorable Bility. Okay.
I think he's muted. That's why I'm trying to tell you. Can he
Okay,
unmute
he's
himself?
okay now. He's okay.
Mhm.
Honorable Bility, good evening.
No,
I think you need to unmute yourself. We are not getting you. Can you just say a word? We're not getting what he's saying.
Yeah, she was in the news.
Okay, Honorability, just go out and come back. Then we'll have you. Because we had Mr. Cummings, it was very clear. I don't know what's happening with.
Let him go out and come back in.
Okay, yeah, sure. Because you see, we're hearing Musa. I mean, Musa. I keep calling Abu Musa.
That is in from Abu to Musa.
No, Musa used to, man. Maybe you know that.
So,
are you hearing me now?
Okay.
Yes, we're hearing you. Okay.
Okay.
Honorability, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. How is the party and how are the people within your district in Nimba?
This weekend I'm not in Nimba. Actually in Monserrado. And we have this almost, I want to call national emergency, a threat against freedom. And so we have to be in town to make sure that we find a way to address it. So I'm in Monrovia right now.
Okay, we have a team of journalists here from different media institutions. We'll be asking you a few questions, and our conversation going to center around tomorrow's convergence. First of all, we want to know you at the House of Representatives, representing one of the districts in Nimba County, Liberia at large. What do you make of the governance in the country? People are saying that you people are the problems of our country, saying things the way they are. Go ahead, Musa. We'll just ask you a question.
Look, it's been coming. Unity Party has organized a systematic breakdown of governance in our country. They started it with the legislature, and they did not have any regard for any law, and they bullied the speaker out of office. They almost broke down our government. I mean, they broke it down. The legislature is gone. Absolutely. Nothing that is happening here right now will be brought before the chamber of any of the houses. That tells you where we are as a country. And the judiciary is hanging in there. With the going of the Chief Justice, we don't know what is going to happen. The president will have the chance to probably appoint 2 judges. Because if he picks a judge in the current bench, then it means he has to appoint a new one. We don't know where we're going. So we're not surprised. It was planned. It's being executed. My disappointment, as I've always said, is in the opposition. We raised this alarm ever since. Today, what we are doing now is what we should have done in the capital building. We should have, that's a political theater. We should have stood our ground. We should have ensured that, the will of the Liberian people is not thwarted. Howbeit, where we are, the CMC position is very clear. We are not questioning the authority of the police to charge or to take anyone to court. We are questioning the manner in which it's being done. We are questioning the fact that after 5 months of investigation, you will call someone to come to you by 9, 10 o'clock, and you will say nothing to them, and at 5 o'clock, you will say it's late, and then you will lock them up. That's abuse of power. Those people should have been sent to court on Friday, and they should have been given the chance to file in their bond. Because if you have a case against them, it's not in these technicalities. It's in the court where you will adduce evidence, and then they will go to the system. The other thing is, we're hearing that the government intends to increase the amount of money for the bond. They cannot do that in this case. I'm not a first-class lawyer, but I'm a primary school student in law, and I know that a bond is required in a case where your action could have benefited yourself. And in this case, when you burn a house, absolutely that doesn't financially benefit you. So if you are charged for burning a house, you cannot be given a bond that is unreasonable. The court should not do that. And we're going to protest that. We don't agree on that. So we're just pushing for the rule of law. This is not a call to say that the police cannot investigate. This is not a call to say that the police does not have the right to do it. This is a call to say the power that the law has given the police and the Ministry of Justice should not be abused. It should be properly used in the right of the individuals in concern. There are some other legalities that the lawyers will go through, including whether or not you can arrest a lawmaker while he's in session. That is for the lawyers to look at. Hopefully, we'll see what comes out.
Okay.
It's good to have you, Honorable Bility. This is Winston Bladden. Let me ask you the question, sir. From what happened at the Capitol building up to the burning, the arrest for your colleagues being barred, I remember as a legislative reporter interviewing you, you said you were not going to allow the rule of law to be thwarted. You were standing with the rule of law. But to summarize everything, the government of the day did not listen to you. I know how you feel. Your very good friend, Councilor Jonathan Fonati Kofa, currently being bars at the Morville Central Prison. You are a political leader of the CNC. What do you intend to do? We just left the line with one of our Benedict Cummings of the ANC. He has vowed to be in flesh tomorrow and blood at the Supreme Court of Liberia. What does the CMC intend to do, sir?
Yes, we intend to do the same thing. We intend to be at the court. We intend to be orderly. CMC is a law-abiding political party. We do not intend to cause any chaos. We do not intend to join in any fight with any law enforcement. We expect law enforcement to allow us the chance to be there and let the law take its course. We do not accept any further violation of our laws, And we hope that the government will see that. The right of the citizens to protest, those actions are there. And if we realize that they have violated those rights, we will exercise our right to protest.
So you want to ask then? Okay. So you people going to be going out tomorrow. Your partisans are listening to you. Each of the political parties in Liberia, they have their own way to communicate to their partisans. How can you communicate to your partisans tonight in terms of encouraging them to join the fray so that your party presence can be felt on tomorrow?
Oh, we've already done that. We passed through the party structure, and we've insisted that our partisans come out, but they must be peaceful. They must not be confrontational. They must be cognizant of the right of other people to move around, and they must be orderly. But we exercise our constitutional right to assemble.
Mr. Cummings, Mr. Bility, I asked Mr. Cummings the same question. You people are going to the court tomorrow, and you will be expecting a particular thing to bring back home your colleagues. And if you get there tomorrow and the court deny any of them of coming back, or maybe the bond that you mentioned, what exactly you political leaders would do about it?
So we are expecting fairness. We are expecting justice. We are expecting the court to exercise proper judicial order, and that if the court denies, there are procedures to follow. I mean, we will not, take the law in our hand, but our presence there is to show that we are not taking this lightly. We'll not ask our partisans to say if the judge say they cannot release them, and therefore they will jump on the street and start breaking things. What we're going to do is to make sure that you will see people on the street demonstrating if the government start to manipulate the system, if the government try to manipulate the court system, if the government try to go to the insurance companies and tell them not to issue bond, then we'll have no choice. We'll get on the street. But as long as the rule of law is respected, CMC will not, the judge saying tomorrow, first of all, we don't see any reason why these lawmakers who are currently representation of the people, who could be denied the opportunity to represent their people constitutionally. I don't see any reason why the judge will refuse that and release them on their personal recognizance. However, it is the prerogative of the judge, but if he does that, we'll take advantage of the law.
It says Saturday, you will come in, then you guys, please. On Saturday, we saw upon the arrival of former Representative Akaros Gray at the grounds of the court, he was being denied access to the courthouse itself. Why, if you political leaders tomorrow arrive and wanting to enter the courthouse and the police ask you people not to do it, will you political leaders allow it, or will you stay?
The police have no such rights. If the police is going to stop us from entering, it has to be a court order. That is that's a temple of justice. If the court orders that we stay away, we'll meet and deal with that separately. But the police cannot stop us from going there unless the court has ordered that we should not go there. The police does not have the right to stop us from going there. They cannot.
But just a minute, the police, I can remember, without invitation, went into the chambers of the House of Representatives. You never invited them. There's a possibility you might be stopped tomorrow, Mr. Bility.
Why, if you people are stopped, what will you people do?
We told the opposition then that they were sitting down and that what is happening now is going to happen. I'm happy that everybody has appreciated what we're saying, and that, we have to show strength, that you cannot just continue to abuse our rights. No, we will not accept that. Like I said, if you don't want us to go there, the court, go to the court and let the court order you to stop us. But the police cannot stop us from going there. No, that's not acceptable.
Mr. Bility, your supporters across the country are listening to you. I put it to you that you are at the entry of the court, the grounds of the Temple of Justice. And one instruction is given to the police officers lineup that you are not entering here. You can do whatever you want to do. There is a precedented situation on this. The Supreme Court issued a ruling, declare your, a block member as the legitimate speaker. We still saw Representative Kum moving around at the time with the same security and all of the different stuff assigned to a speaker. There is a likelihood, like Winston said, that you're going to be stopped in that situation. What would the CMC leader do? Will you turn back, go to your car, go home? What are you going to do? The people are listening. They want to know exactly what you do.
We will stay there until they allow us in, and I will consult with other political leaders. But we'll not just turn around just because the police tell us to turn around. No, we'll not do that. We'll not fight them. We'll not force our way in. We recognize the authority of the police. But the police needs to recognize our right as citizens to move freely. So if the police tells me I can't go, I have access to the directors, I have access to the deputy, I will ask them, what order do you have that I shouldn't go in the court? And if they say they don't have order, they just feel like doing so, we will consult other political leaders will be there. You've heard them say tonight that they will be there, so other political leaders will be there. And then we'll do that.
Okay. Now, I mean, a follow-up to this, you mentioned that there is a possibility that the government will want to muzzle your colleagues through the insurance companies. We're also getting intelligence that this is likely. I mean, it is possible that your colleagues, including the former speaker, might not receive, a valid bond. No insurance company may want to give that to him. Will you sit, or better still, jump in your car and escort Honorable Sibo, Honorable DB, and Kofa to South Beach? What's going to be your next mood? Then my colleagues come.
The law will appeal that decision, and because if we, these are lawmakers, as I was saying, they should be released on personal reconnaissance. They are officials of government. They are representatives of the people. They are legislators in session. They are protected by the Constitution. We don't even know whether or not they should even be arrested at this time because the legislature is in session. So we cannot allow their right to be violated.
Okay, Bility, it's a pleasure. I'm Coris Kanga of Truth FM. Tonight, I want to ask you this question. You normally write on your Facebook page as letter from Sackley PA. You speak about the rule of law always. What reform do you think is necessary to ensure that our judiciary system is not influenced by political pressure? Let me start on that point.
Well, the executive is lawless. They have no respect for the rule of law. The president has been very clear from day one that he will not respect the rule of law. He will not regard the Constitution. So we're in trouble. So all we have to know is to work hard, the next election to make sure that this government does not return. And then put in a government that will ensure that we have so many laws on the book. It's about the will to implement. So for me, this government has shown that it is not fit to run the country. They are showing that they have no respect for rule of law. What can we do? We are not violent people. So we just wait for the next election and move them.
And move there. So quick to this one. You've been a long-time friend to Funati Kofa for a very long time. You know him very well. Straight to this one. Can you admit to Liberians tonight that charges against him are false and misleading? You think he's innocent?
The Funati I know will not do this. The Funati Kofa I know. But I always give the Lord the chance. You know, let them prove. This is the criminal matter. The criminal law requires that to find someone guilty, you must prove them beyond reasonable doubt. There can be no iota of doubt that they did it. I've no evidence. I'm not seeing any evidence that show that he did it, but I've not seen all the evidence. Let me see what new evidence they have. I will not render judgment. That's what I say, that allow the people to go through the case. If he did it, I'm not a judge. I cannot be the one to say he didn't do it or he did it. If he did it, the law will take its course. And if they prove him guilty, if he exercised all of his right all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court prove him guilty, I would be the same person that said then he's guilty. There's nothing you can do.
Okay. Honorability, before Abu come in very quickly. You just told us that if the government continues to ignore the rule of law, refuse to live in accordance with what the rule of law will require, your only option will be to wait and remove them. If these people are unwilling to respect the Supreme Court's ruling, to have a legitimate speaker right given to him, if they're refusing, from what we are gathering, to allow the insurance companies to grant your colleagues bond, what guarantee do you have as a political leader of the CMC that when you go to the elections and you win, they will declare you the winner? What guarantee do you have?
You're right. We don't have any guarantee. That's why it is now that we have to stand up to make sure that when this thing happens, we stand up for it. We stand our ground to make sure that the law is not violated. You see them, every time we allow them, the opposition is guilty of what is happening today. The opposition sat there and allowed Funati Kofa to be rooted out. Do you know that United Party has only 11 representatives in the House on United Party ticket? The Liberian people made a decision that say, United Party, you carry the presidency, but I will not give you the legislature. That is the decision of Liberian people. They have thwarted that. So as I see it, if United Party continues to vote it, I'm happy now that the opposition is seeing the existential threat of this regime, and now we are coming together. I'm happy that even though we're different parties, but we realize that this question you ask, it affects every one of us. So on that basis, we are uniting now on the basis of what we have in common. We'll unite, we'll stand up to this government. We'll demonstrate on the street, we'll march for our rights and for the respect to the rule of law. That is what the Constitution guarantees to us. And that's what we'll do.
Okay. Honorable Bility, before we join Abu Sharif, your colleagues, Biamba, the Morva City Court, have bound them from leaving the country. What do you think is happening? What's running through your mind, sir?
The court has the right to do that. For me, like I told you, the things that the court has the right to do, I cannot question that. I think they call it me as a Republican, right?
Yeah.
So if the court has issued that, you can challenge it. You can challenge it through the court and go to the Supreme Court and challenge it. Or
even while they are being biased, the court can still issue that, sir? When they're in the possession of the government, at the highest prison of the land?
It doesn't make sense. The people are going out of their hair. I told you, they are drunk with power. These people, if the Liberian people allow this to happen, this will run this country into chaos. How you have somebody then say, I ban you for going? What? Does it make sense? I mean, they're just abusing power. I'm disappointed in Joseph Boga, but I'm not surprised. Look, what they have not done, they are muscle business people. Even me, they fought me. They took half of my business from me because they want to silence me. So we have to stand up to this. The law must take its course. The over abuse of, why would you issue a new exit republic on the man that you already have? Eh? Abuse of power. But you know, I don't blame them. We had a speaker. The very opposition is guilty of letting us hear. We should have been on the street to prevent the speaker from going. Would not be there, would not be here today. But I guess, you know. So
okay,
I think I gotta go now.
Yeah, no, just a minute. Abu wants to ask, then we can call it a day.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Bility, and it's good to have you.
Thank you, Abu.
So, yeah, so I find you very, quite interesting to this conversation because if my memory serves me right, you are the leader of the Rule of Law Caucus. You have the opportunity as head of a legislative body committed to the rule of law. And I listened to you quite well on the show when you said that you were committed to doing all you can, that the rule of law is set and upheld. So fast forward, we said that there was an arrangement and there were new speakership elections that you contested. I believe on the back of negotiations and discussions. To see what we are seeing today, that your colleagues and of course former Speaker of the House is being unduly incarcerated, right? Do you feel disappointed, or to put it this way, can you say now that you did not do much in your capacity as chairman of the Rule of Law Caucus to have prevented from where we are moving to what is now? And then, okay, that's my first question. My second question is beyond the political conversations we are having, the political actions that we are hearing, are you also putting together a team of lawyers to be able to deal with the legality by the time this thing moves to the court? Are we considering that as well? Because the regime have said no matter what happens, they see this as a justice process, a judicial process, and they will go ahead. So are you prepared, with a very crack team of lawyers to confront or deal with this matter, since you are convinced that Fonati and the others cannot do what they're alleging that?
So,
Abu, you need to mute yourself because you're coming in so that Musa will answer. Okay, mute yourself. The noise is coming from the back.
Abu, let me say this to you. We already done that. We put in the team of lawyer together, so the lawyers are handling this matter. That is already being done. On the issue of me, I did everything. You know, the party will never tell you they start with me to negotiate for native resignation. I dare them to show me any evidence thereof. At the end of the day, I've always said Fonati resignation was a personal issue if he wanted to resign. But I also said that as long as Fonati was speaker, there are two ways to remove him. One, he resigned, or the other, that they get the necessary number and go through the process to remove him. And also, when the election came, it was not just about victory. We knew that they had the majority. But the one thing we wanted to prove is that they did not have the number to remove Fonati constitutionally. And the election will just show that. 43 people can remove the speaker. And we kept telling Liberian people all the time for 7 months that these people, they don't have number, and that's why they kept going all around in circle. When they started going for UN seat, in the General Assembly, that's when they started coming under pressure that they got to resolve this issue. But I never sat with them and negotiated with them. So I have no regrets. I have absolutely no regret.
Okay, Musa. Thank you very much for joining us. Before we let you go, speak to your partisans for tomorrow convergence.
Come tomorrow. Come. Make sure you come in number. Let's prove to this lawless bunch that the country is not for them. One, be law-abiding, be respectful. Make sure that you respect all of the rules, the corridors they tell you to pass. So make sure you follow the laws, but don't stay home. This is to protect our democracy, and we must come out to stand up for our people.
Thank you very much, Musa Hassan Bility, for joining us tonight. We wish you all the best. We're going to follow all of the activities tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. You listen to Honorable Musa Hassan Bility, and also political leader of CMC, also a representative, and a very good friend to all of the lawmakers behind bar as we speak. We're trying to establish contact with the political leader of the National Patriotic Party. But just to let you know, for those of you listening to us in and across out of Liberia, we currently have the former president of the Republic of Liberia and also political leader of the Congress of Democratic Change backstage of our camera. And he will be the last person who will have a conversation with him. And so we're trying to establish contact with the political leader of the National Patriotic Party. Yes, that's what I'm doing. So we're trying to connect with her on WhatsApp because of some other reasons. She won't be live on the television, but we join her on WhatsApp. And we have a conversation, and this is a joint issue. You are listening to political leaders from different political parties. They are speaking out. Tomorrow is the D-Day, right? the way the people will say tomorrow is the D-Day, right?
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. So I listened to other people this gone time. They say, why is it, the former president, he's not speaking. He's about to speak. Why is it opposition political leaders are not speaking? They are now speaking. So it is about you now to listen to what they will say to you. Go by their instructions and come up tomorrow so that you can continue the peaceful process like you've listened to all of the two political leaders who spoke to. They said, you can come up tomorrow. It's going to be peaceful, but everyone knows in this country, George Weah is a man of peace. George Weah will not come and say due days and everything. So he's a man of peace. We're trying to establish contact with the political leader of the National Patriotic Party. As soon as we get the political leader of the National Patriotic Party, we'll start our conversation with her, and then we'll move on to move political leader. And after move political leader, we can safely say to you Liberians, we're going to have a conversation with His Excellency, former President George Mane Weah. As we are waiting to connect, how many of you followed what happened today when he visited the Central Prison and also visited the home of the late former First Lady of Liberia? I heard some of you giving your own analysis, seeing some of the things that happened. They say a lady went down her knee to greet the former president?
Not just to greet, but to speak and deliver a message on behalf of the women of Grand Jide. She got her names. And something I took from there, and the journalists were doing his own analysis about the issue. And he said, natural love. Natural love. That was his comment. He did something very unusual on today, to be honest with you. There are certain people you can fight. There are certain people with a special grace. And that's Mr. George Weah. The last time we remember the vice president went there, not that kind of reception was given. Also remember, I think it was on Friday, the current president visited that area. Less than an hour after former President Weah paid visit to the home of the late First Lady, and we saw the release from the executive mansion. But when he got there, he's a common person, understands tradition. He did not, make known the amount that was given to the family. That one good thing I admire about him. Was something that happened with other people. He did not make known that amount, and then they requested. He said, since that thing happened, we have not killed cow. We really want to kill cow here. So he looked at it for long. He said, I'm asking for one, I will get two. I will ensure that one come here tomorrow, and the other one should please, be in Grand Judah. Then they requested that they needed his presence at the funeral service of the fallen First Lady. He said that I got this trip already arranged, but I'm going to show that my team, be there. And everybody that came, in fact, at that particular moment, the late Protein, Yenebo, made it clear. Said there were speculations all around the place, that they may supposed to marry Mami, the former Samuel Kayado daughter. Then Yenebo made it clear that at no time, so in fact, they may have never interacted with this girl before. That is very first time. Let's leave that. But you ask what happens.
Yeah. We don't want the people. There's a message I think all of the political leaders are trying to put out there. So we don't want their supporters.
Until somebody is on.
Yes, we don't want their supporters to go out of the message they're sending to them.
So Cummings already saying he'll be there tomorrow.
Yes, Cummings said he's going to be there
tomorrow.
The entire ANC, members are going to be there. You have CMC. They have their own number of supporters.
You mentioned that I'm working on modalities right now. They're working behind the scene to push.
So you have lots of people that are going to be there tomorrow. And someone is texting me way from Lofa County. They said they're waiting to hear the former president of the country. There are a lot of messages from across the country. A lot of persons are listening. Someone said the entire country has been locked down as they are waiting to hear all the political leaders, particularly so we're making efforts to have
let me give a recommendation, man.
Abu, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just quickly want to recommend, since I know the desire now across the country for former President George Weah, right? And there are a lot of political leaders that we're having conversation with. Right after a conversation with the NPP political leader, can we take a break with calls to hear from Liberian before ushering the next set of leaders? I think to allow them the opportunity to exhaust and respond to the different conversation that each of the leaders will have instead of everything. If not President Weah, will just sweep everything away.
Yeah, the way they can say, somebody can say big boss. Have you heard some people can say the big boss? George Weah is the big boss. When the big boss speaks.
So is it suggesting that we take the call before President Weah comes? They will go by. Let's just take the day.
No, let's just take.
When we hear all this, is about tomorrow morning.
I'm saying
we're getting a lot of stuff from your background. Or that you need the party people pull you to where you are.
We hearing you. Sorry, one Prince Sherry is informing me that the show is being relay on 5 platforms in the United States of America.
Yeah, we want to say thank you to all of you. This is it. And the political leader and the former president will speak shortly to the country. And we hope and pray that every one of you will be on to listen. We're making efforts here to have the political leader of the National Patriotic Party so that we can have our own position. Is she in support of it? Is she going to be there tomorrow? What is the message she has for her supporters for tomorrow, gathering? So just be aware of this. If you're just joining us, you're listening to a special conversation here on Voice of Liberia, 104.1 in Monrovia, 89.7 in Mangibi, 90.7 in Banga, Bon County, 96.7 in Lofa, 95.7 in Grand Bassa, with the list of other frequencies across the country. We're also being relayed on Kings FM 88.5, Bana FM 98.5, Truth FM 96.1, Freedom FM 87.9. And other radio stations are relaying. As we get their names, we announce and we want to say thank you. My name is Sekou, and indeed I'm Sekou Sharif. We have KOK, we have Wisdom Blythe, we have Abraham Gosson Will. Abraham doesn't sit in class. He's always yeah. Then we have our brother
Kanga.
Kanga. So
I think Indians put 1 or 2 together.
Yes, Kanga to have it. Someone can just come in.
All right. So as we speak, sorry for my man Kine. The little boy is really running behind the old folks. I mean the old man. I mean the final that has been played. Protocol 2.
Maybe sports video.
Is he calm?
Shut up. I mean, just to go back from what happened today with the former president at the list, former press lady, Madam Doe House or resident.
Okay, thank you. Let me hold you there, Abu. Just to announce, Abu, let me hold you there. We have currently with us the political leader of the National Patriotic Party, the former first lady, former vice president, someone that she comes with lots in terms of governance idea in the country. We want to say good evening to you, our man. Thank you for joining us, Joa Howard Taylor.
The platform. Good evening, Liberia.
Great. It feels good to have you on the Sunday. First of all, how did you see the Sunday? How was service today?
Well, Sundays are usually my days for myself, so I do church and do family time. But today I went to the prison to see former speaker and other lawmakers who were incarcerated. So it was a very sad day for me today, seeing them where they were.
How exactly, what ran into your mind seeing your colleagues, people that you've worked with in the past, and seeing national leaders being treated the way they are currently treated? What ran into your mind?
The first thing that came to my mind is how divided Liberia is. Because since the arrest of former lawmakers, I've been paying attention to the media, the social media. People are saying all kinds of different things. Sadly, we have already condemned people, but as a lawyer, I know that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So as far as I'm concerned, they are innocent until the state can prove that they are guilty of the charges that have been levied. And no one's looking at that. Everybody is saying, oh, they did it to other people, so we're doing it to them. There's a lot of hatred in our communities. There's a lot of division amongst us. And it's sad that a country 100 and almost 180 years will keep doing the same things. The circle continued from the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s. We're still in that circle. And my prayer today was, oh God, when does this end? When do we love one another? When do we unite as a people? When do we build? Because in the midst of all of this, there can be no building. When you are destroying something, there's no way you can build it. And I think Mama Liberia deserves rest. Mama Liberia deserves peace. Mama Liberia deserves unity at this time. And I don't see that happening. I just see more division. The country is divided on blue and green lines. And, if we're not careful, as I said before, I don't know how far this will go. Something needs to end. Something needs to end this cycle of violence, this cycle of anger, this cycle of hatred that we've gotten ourselves caught up in. And for me, that was a sad part of my day, just coming to grips with that fact.
Okay, thank you very much, Alice. Now, we have a very serious issue in the country, not to take much of your time. Are you going to be part of political leaders tomorrow that will converge on the grounds of the court in support of lawmakers that have been treated by the government in such humiliating ways?
I would definitely try my best to be there. I'm a part of the opposition, and I usually would, fall in with them when anything is happening, because we must come together. This is I think this is an attack on the opposition, and all of us need to stand together by our voices, by our actions, by our words. On Friday, a picture showed up that broke my heart. I saw General Carlos Gray standing alone on the grounds of the court. And my heart was just broken, because it could be anybody. Sometimes people are saying, "Oh, it's not me, so I can't." That them, let it happen to them. But it goes beyond us and them in a situation. And I saw Carol stand up by himself with his hands folded on his chest, seemingly as a lone soldier. What I pray for tomorrow is that the laws of our nation will take preeminence over everything that will be happening there, and that this is a bailable offense. I don't think those lawmakers that are being elected by their people will run away. I pray that they will be given a chance to perfect their bonds, and that they will be released. And that when the process begins, when the court process begins, we will watch the case and make sure that the law will be the law. So this is a long, long process. I don't think it will be a day. It will be. It's not an event. It's a whole process that we have to watch and pay attention to. So I will be following the process very, very, very closely myself to see and to ensure to add my voice to the voices of those who will be gathering, whether tomorrow or any other time. But the fact of the matter is, I'm praying that the laws of our country will be respected. The case is now out of the executive branch to the judiciary. They have their own responsibilities. They have their own laws. They have their own statutes. They have their own operations that they must do. And I pray that will go according to the laws of our country.
Now, requesting or hoping to see that the court tomorrow will do the needful is one thing, and the court itself doing the right thing is another thing. Why, if you political leaders going to the court tomorrow and not seeing those of the lawmakers being allowed to be signed for, or maybe bonds being issued towards them? What next will you political leaders do about it?
As a law-abiding citizen, we have to take cue from Fonati's stand in this whole process, that he will follow the law to the letter. I think we will do our part, and we are hoping that the court will do its part. as an officer of the court, as a lawyer accredited to the Supreme Court Bar, I believe with all of my heart that the right things will be done tomorrow as per the law. And that is my hope.
Can you speak
so
to
I don't want to get into the fact of saying if it doesn't happen, what will we do? The fact of the matter is we expect that the judiciary will uphold the laws of our country to sanctify our peace, to sanctify our being. The very existence of all of us lie on the basis of justice and fairness and the rule of law. So I look forward to that playing out tomorrow as it should be.
Your supporters are listening to you across the country and the world at large. What have you to say to them in terms of encouraging them tomorrow to form part of this all-important peaceful gathering in support of lawmakers?
And I know there will be people listening from Grand Video, people listening from Grand Crew, and people listening from Nukuta, and people listening from all across the world, because this is something that has grasped the attention of not just Liberia, but other people from across the nations of the world. Everybody will be watching. Everybody may not be able to show up at the Capitol building, but at the judiciary, but I want to tell you that everybody will be looking. And what we expect is that the rule of law will take preeminence over everyone. What I want to say is that that is our hope. That is our expectation. And we will follow the process. And I'm sure, God being our guide, that is what will happen tomorrow. If it doesn't happen, then we'll have to see what else can be done. But I'm hopeful that the judiciary, with the political tensions, with all of the things happening, will do what is right and what is just.
Do you trust the judiciary system under this current government?
But let's just look back to a few weeks ago when the whole country was in an uproar. Oh, the Supreme Court will not do the right thing. The Supreme Court did the right thing in December. And with all of the noise, they came back to clarify what they meant when they said ultra-virus. So I believe the court has its own burden upon its shoulders to maintain the peace and the sanctity of our country. And I don't think that will change tomorrow. I don't think so.
Okay.
Madam Vice President, you have your political party. You are the political leader of the NPP. How involved is the party going to be? I understand you already made the commitment to be there tomorrow. You said you will try to be there. Is the entire party, or better still, is the party mobilized for tomorrow's event? That's my first question.
Well, the messages have gone out across all social media handles. And we're looking forward to our people gathering to show solidarity, to show strength, and to show that what is happening affects people across the nation, not just one group of persons. So I'm sure you will see many people gathering there tomorrow. Let's see how the whole day goes. The fact of the matter is, when you step on the ability of stepping on the rights of many more persons, it's quite clear. And you know, we have to be careful, because there was a video now playing a few months ago that showed what happened during President Weah's tenure. He was very tolerant of opposition voices. There's a video that shows the current president showing up at a rally and saying George Weah should be removed from office. They were never removed. He was never reprimanded.
Okay.
President Weah never said anything. You know, protesters happened before. Well, that we're not concerned about it. What I'm concerned about is the fact that during President Weah's tenure, because they like to, say, oh, it happened this way, President Weah, so we'll do it again. The current government came on to the scene with a mandate that they will do better, that they will follow the rule of law, and that they will not repeat the mistakes of the past. So people might be saying, oh, we are afraid to show up, or we don't want to do this. The fact of the matter is that this kind of a hearing draws the attention of everybody from across the world, and it will draw the attention of people from the opposition. So I think people should be allowed to go on the grounds of the court. Nobody is going there in violence. We are going to find out. We are going to show our support to make sure the right thing is done, and we hope the judiciary will do the right thing. But the fact of the matter is, even former vice president at the time, Joseph Boyka, was a part of a protest, and the videos are floating all around social media, calling for the removal of a sitting democratically elected president.
Okay.
Nobody harassed him. Nobody said anything. In fact, President Weah didn't even make a comment at the time. Former President Weah, who was President Weah at the time, never made any comment. We just allowed them to go and speak. So they should allow us the same kind of rights that we are exercising in a non-lethal, in a non-violent way.
Okay.
And I believe that is what will happen tomorrow.
Lastly, from my end, before I go to my colleagues, Madam Vice President, the government, according to what we are learning, is trying to muzzle the insurance companies not to grant, an insurance bond to each of the lawmakers under question. There is also another report coming up. We're yet to independently verify it, that all of you political leaders and your people might not be given access to the grounds of the court. You might be prevented from assembling. What are you going to be advising as a political leader in this, a temporary marriage to your other colleagues? What are you going to be advising to be the next step of the opposition community if the government would decide to be bent on not giving you the chance to assemble, not granting bond to those people who are already at the prison? What are you going to be advising?
Simple. The fact of the matter is, if they say the presence of opposition members of the opposition community cannot enter the grounds of the court, and that court is a place that is blind, because the reason why the eyes of justice are blind is that they will treat everybody under the rule of the law equally. There's a whole corridor. Liberia, moreover, is not just in the courts of the judiciary. The fact is that people will gather tomorrow. People will gather in different places. And I believe to show that we are concerned, the government needs to be tolerant of the voices of its people. It doesn't matter where the voices are coming from. The last time I made a simple statement that for 3 weeks, they will remove security officers. Nobody is afraid. We're not afraid because this is our country. And if we all want to live here in peace, then we should grant each other the rights that are due us. So if I drive up to the judiciary tomorrow in my vehicle in a non-violent way and say I would like to sit in a court hearings, I don't think they can deny me that. I don't think so. And we're looking forward to a day tomorrow in a non-violent way that we can gather and that we can watch the process and we can see our people released on bond, because this is a bailable offense. If you say the courts, the executive members of the executive branch are trying to muzzle the insurance companies, then the insurance companies need to close down. The fact of the matter is, this is a bailable offense, and people who apply for insurance to be out on bail should not be denied. Again, what's creeping into our society are things that happened in the past that cause us to go into all kinds of things. When you talk and they say, oh, she's calling for war. I'm not calling for war. I'm not a warmonger. What I'm calling for is in our country that all of us will live in peace, we live in harmony, we live under the rule of law. Unity Party, from wherever they are, those who are muzzling people and trying to stop bonds, that this is not the Liberia we hope for. This is not the Liberia that they petitioned the Liberian people to give them 51% of the votes. That was not the Liberia they said they would have created. They said they would have created a better Liberia. They would rescue the country from the throes of whatever they thought they saw, and it will bring us out into a new day. You have to look at where we are today as a product of everything that has happened in our country. From the way we were founded, from the exclusion of large portions of our population from the mainstream for many years, to the point where leaders were killed on the beaches behind the barracks, to the place where, and before that, T2 and them were killed. There's been a whole slew of things happening that brought us to 1989, that created a situation that our country experienced so many years of war. This is our 22nd year of peace for coexistence since the crisis. And leaders have come on the scene and they have managed the situation. They've also taken cognizance of the fact that every decision that is taken affects the lives of 5.2 or 5.3 million people. And it's not just about Fonati Kofa. It's not just about Dixon Sibo. It's not just about the lawmaker from Grand Juliet. No, it's not about the lawmaker from Monserrato. It's about a basic constitutional right lawmaker, or whether you are a simple citizen living in Liberia that goes through the judicial process.
And quickly, this ongoing
situation is showing. And I hope, and I hope that tomorrow, what people are expecting doesn't happen. I hope the government will be made enough to allow that is it started. A sitting speaker was harassed illegally. He decided that he will resign for peace sake. Because everybody said, oh, leave it for peace sake, leave it for peace sake. He stood his ground, he made his point. That no longer will you just go and decide that as the executive, you don't want to work with the speaker. We should be working with everybody that gets elected. Because God puts people on board at different levels. You may not like me, but you have to respect my views that the bonds will be provided and that those to our people is that this country belongs to all of us. If there are issues, the Constitution gives us the right to gather, to talk about it so that we are thinking right them. Nobody was killed. Nobody was imprisoned. That is the kind of government we like to see, that when people have an issue, that they can express their protest in a peaceful manner. And I hope that we gather tomorrow peacefully, wherever we'll be allowed to gather, and that we give a signal that we want the rule of law to be scrupulously implemented in this situation, and that our colleagues will be released based on a charge or charges that are bailable, and that they will be released to their families, and we look forward to the beginning of the process of the court, so that if they are guilty, and I don't think they are, they will go to jail if they are guilty. If they are not guilty, they will be released to go back to their jobs and do what is needed to be done. So I look forward to a peaceful assembly.
Thank you so much. Madam Vice President, it's good to have you. My name is Winston Bladin from Banan. What really puts you that today something for your partisan, your supporters have always have adopted action us to a somewhat to more ground.
Well, I've been a part. I've been a part of this process. My vote is, that's where my voice is, because we are now in so we don't have to be motivated when we see things. We should be able to gather together and have our voices heard. And I think that's what will happen tomorrow.
Madam Vice President, what you are saying today, is it agreed upon the executive member of the MC of the NPP that everybody going to be on tomorrow?
We'll see tomorrow. The fact of the matter, we've called all of our partisans, all of those who are members of the opposition community. This is a coalition of the willing.
Okay.
Hey, I like that.
I don't have a whip. I don't have a stick to go and say everybody must come. There's some people who are committed to come. There's some people who feel it may not be necessary because it is not them. So tomorrow you see the coalition of the willing. And I think this is what will determine how we move forward. But there's a coalition of those who are willing to stand up for what is right. And willing to stand up to show that there is something going on in our still I don't think any political leader is forcing their partisans to come on board. People have to come out of the willingness of their hearts in a peaceful manner.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we want to say thank you to you, Madam Political Leader of the National Patriotic Party. Is there anything that we didn't talk to you about you want to say as we leave you?
All I want to say is that this is the only country we have. We must protect it for our children and our children's sake. Let's pray about the issues that are happening across our country. Let's consult about the issues that's happening in our country, because we do want a better Liberia for posterity. I have a 1 year old, 1 year, 8 months grandson. I want his life to be better than what we had in the 80s and in the 90s. I want him to grow up in a Liberia that he can be all that he wants to be, where the law protects his rights. It is that Liberia that we are fighting for.
Thank you very much, Madam Political Leader. We wish you all the best. Hope to see you people out tomorrow.
Hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. She's the political leader of the National Patriotic Party. I want to say thank you very much. You supporters, you people who are listening to your political leaders, and they're saying what they're saying. We are about to go to the political leader of the economic movement for economic empowerment. Move. His Excellency the Maxwell Saah Kemayan, former Foreign Minister of the Republic of Liberia. Our producer, do we have anything from the political leader of Move, so that we can? Okay, so we're about to join the political leader of Move now, right here, to have him to say what exactly he has to say concerning tomorrow's gathering. Political leaders are speaking, folks, and it is very interesting. One would say it is so interesting to the point it has caught the attention of all of the political leaders to come out now and speak to their supporters. We want to say good evening to you, Honorable D. Maxwell Saah Kemayan. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope he's getting us though. He's live.
Good evening.
Yeah, he's in. Yeah, he's there. Good evening, Honorable D. Master Saah Kemayan. Thank you for joining us tonight. I know how it feels, most especially on a Sunday after the weekend, and you're joining us. How is it with you and your political party?
Firstly, let me extend thanks and appreciation to all of you, our esteemed members of the Fover State, who have taken on this initiative as it relates to reaching out to us as political leaders of our respective political institutions concerning pressing national issues. As you are all aware, to be precise, on the 6th of June, upon getting information of the invitation of lawmakers who are currently in custody and the one that was released, we religiously we religiously follow.
Yes, go ahead. You came in first.
We religiously follow the situation at the police station, owing to what was obtaining the Alternative National Congress, the Congress for Democratic Change, the Movement for Economic Empowerment, and the Citizens Movement for Change through their respective political leaders released a statement calling on the government of Liberia to uphold the principles of justice and democracy by ensuring that those who they had and still have within their custody are accorded due process. But from all that has been obtaining, the situation is disturbing. It is disturbing because it is, as we indicated in our statement, it is reminiscent of the darker days we had in our country, days that none of us who signed on that statement, and even other meaning Liberians, wish to return to. No more do we want to return to such darker days where people were arbitrarily arrested and without being accorded due process, locked up in prison. So we don't want a repeat. And we urged the government in that statement to see reason to unconditionally release the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable J. Funati Kofa, Representatives Abu Kamara, Jacob Dabi II, and Dixon W. Sibo. And we reminded the government that our unreserved commitment as political institutions and leaders to ensuring the continuity of peace stability and development in our country in no way suggest weakness or any semblance of weakness on the part of us as political leaders or Liberians in general. And the government, as we indicated, and a position we still maintain, has the greatest responsibility to act in ways that will project peace and stability in our country. Adherence to the rule of law. Liberia is not a country of men. Liberia is a country of laws. We have constitutions. We know very much what failure to adhere to constitutional order led us to in the past. And no more do we want to return to such a past. How in this world do you invite citizens? Forget that they are lawmakers. Even if they were not lawmakers, even if they were not lawmakers, even if it had not been the former speaker, Kofa and the rest, if it had been any other ordinary citizen, you cannot invite people to the Liberian National Police and keep them there from as early as 10 o'clock in the morning without going through any tangible related investigative proceedings, and only to wait for courts to close. And upon closure of courts or normal businesses, you then tell them they cannot go home. That is an abduction in a way. You cannot do that. That is torturing mentally. It is an abuse of power. It is against the dictates of our Constitution, of the rule of law, and only to find them at South Beach. You take them from the Liberian National Police and transfer them to the Central Prison. It is unacceptable. This is not the kind of Liberia that we crave for. The government of Liberia is supposed to be in the lead as it relates to setting the pace for adherence to the rule of law. The government cannot be the one breaking the laws, holding people against their will. All of those lawmakers who are in prison now are political prisoners. Don't get me wrong. The movement for economic empowerment move under our watch as its political leader and standard bearer, just as the other political parties that we all joined and released the statement, in no way condone lawlessness. We respect the rule of law. We respect the rule of law as part of the tenets of democracy. But what we want to see is a display.
Honorable Kemayan, let me come in.
Let me just learn 1 minute. You come. What we want to see is a demonstration, is a display of impartial investigation, political motivated investigation, as this is being the case from all indications.
Did you get the question?
No, I did not. I did not. Please repeat.
Okay. I said, what have you to say to your partisans? Other political leaders, they said exactly what they wanted to say to their partisans, and you are going to be part of political leaders that are going to be coming out tomorrow, pledging support, calling on the government to do the needful, allowing the laws of the land to be respected. What have you to say to your partisans tomorrow in terms of encouraging them to come out in their numbers?
You know, I've always said and I maintain the situation that is obtaining in our country with the current administration, it has to do with the black cow, white cow, brown cow. We cannot be in a situation where the king for the black cow, white cow, brown cow say, we are not the ones. And until it went on to the king for the last cow, what am I saying? Injustice to one for us is injustice to all. We respect the rule of law. We are an integral part of the coalition of the willing, if I may term it that way, taking a cue from former Vice President Chief Dr. Weah Taylor. We want to see our partisans and all other Liberians. It is within their rights to peacefully assemble. And so all of our partisans have been following this. And there is unanimity in terms of purpose and intent to uphold the rule of law as it relates to the movement for economic empowerment move. And so all of our partisans and other Liberians who are standing up to protect the rule of law, they are at liberty to exhibit, to peacefully assemble in solidarity and in support of not just the rule of, not in solidarity and in support, not just with the lawmakers who are currently in detention, but with all other victims of anti-rule of law campaign, which is going on. All we do is we want our partisans and all others who are turning out tomorrow, who are coming out tomorrow, to remain peaceful and exercise their franchise, their democratic right of peaceful assembly within the confines of the law. Let them do away with any form of provocation. And we also call on the government of Liberia through the Ministry of Justice and the Liberia National Police to guarantee and protect the safety of all Liberians, inclusive of the partisans, well-wishers, and supporters of the Movement for Economic Empowerment MOVE, who will be coming out tomorrow to peacefully assemble and show support and solidarity for our lawmakers who will be going to court and for the rule of law. So yes, MOVE supports that, and this decision is a unanimous decision from the Movement for Economic Empowerment under my watch as its political leader and standard bearer. But as always, we want our partisans and all others who will be coming out tomorrow to exercise that right of peaceful assembly in consideration of the rule of law and avoid any form of provocation to law enforcement authorities. And we also call on the government and its related law enforcement authorities to do away with any form of provocation to our partisans, well-wishers, and citizens who will be exhibiting their right to peaceful assembly tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Except that we will want to ask you if in 1 second, 2-3 seconds, if there is nothing else, to say.
Well, today I was fortunate to be a part of President Weah's delegation to visit our lawmakers who are in prison. And I want to be grateful to His Excellency Dr. George Manneh Weah and the authorities that made it possible for that visit. I see that visit as an honor, and I am happy that Honorable J. Funati Kofa, Honorable Jacob Debbie II, Honorable Dixon W. Sibo, and Honorable Abu Kamara, despite the humiliating attempts or situations, the humiliating situation, devastating conditions being subjected to based on politics by the government of Liberia, that I saw them courageous. I saw them in a spirit of upbeat, in a spirit of hope.
Okay.
It is all part of the political process. That no matter what the case, no matter what the case, the government should not triumph. We saw these kinds of things before, but at the end of the day, justice prevailed.
Thank you.
Conviction that the judiciary will do the right thing, and I hope that every aspect of the judiciary system that they are to benefit from that they will benefit from such without any hindrance. But the movement for economic empowerment move and its partisans, under the sound of my voice, will join other partisans and well-wishers from other collaborating political parties to be all out tomorrow. But again, I end on this note that they must be out there and exercise their right peacefully and do away with anything that has the semblance of disturbance, of chaos, of being unpeaceful. And the government is under the responsibility to ensure that their rights are protected, their safety will be protected tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable D. Maxwell Saah Kemayan, a political leader of MOVE. Sekou. I think at about this moment, we will have to take a break. Then we'll be right back.
Can we just go because to say...
Okay, so if it is available, then
we are ringing the
Liberians.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we are ringing the numbers of the former president of the Republic of Liberia and political leader of the Congress for Democratic Change and the Coalition for Democratic Change, to have his voice added to other voices we've heard so far. But currently, as we speak, he's in a strategic meeting and with his party officials making some final plans. So we just talked about our time as promised to you, audience out there. Let's say that good evening to you, Mr. President. Good evening and welcome to the special edition of Political Talk right here on Voice of Liberia. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing? How you doing, Mr. President? Yeah, how you doing, Mr. President? This is Ibrahim Weah, and we have a squad of journalists here, Sekou Sharif, Kine Oliver Kine, we have Koris Kanga, we also have Winston Bility, and we are all together here tonight discussing political issues, especially in the wake of what unfolded over the weekend and tomorrow's activities expected at the court hall. We want to say welcome to this special edition of Political Talk tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank everyone on the show.
Okay, great. Well, we've been speaking with political leaders from other political parties, and they all did speak to us and with us. And Alexander Cummings, and your former vice president, and Joe Howard Taylor just left the scene. Ambassador D. Maxwell Kemayan just left as well. Tomorrow, there is currently a situation in the country involving the former speaker, your party stalwart, and others, partisans, and who are representatives who are locked behind bars. First of all, what's your initial reaction to what has happened the last 2 days?
Well, tomorrow is the court day of our CDC legislative leaders. You know, first of all, I want to condemn the action from the government to detain our legislative leaders with the intention of sending them to prison. Their rights were violated. Disregard to the rule of law. I believe that this was premeditated. You call them for questioning. These are lawmakers. These are leaders of the country. You call them to ask them questions. You waste their time, and then you turn around and go cram on and detain them. This is wrong, baby. This is wrong.
And tomorrow is supposed to be court day. What are your expectations on tomorrow?
Well, I hope tomorrow we expect that the government will grant our CDC legislative leaders on bail because these charges are bailable.
That's what we expect tomorrow.
Okay, Khan wants to ask you. Khan wants to ask you.
Okay, Mr. Former President, the other political leaders who spoke before you made it clear that they are going to be assembling on tomorrow with their partisans. Mr. Alexander Cummings of the ANC said that. Honorable Musa Hassan Bility, similarly with Madam Joa Howard Taylor from the NPP. You are the political leader of the Congress for Democratic Change. Will Liberians see you at the court? If so, will you be going to the court with your partisans?
What will be at the court tomorrow? And then we invited all our citizens, seditions and coalitions members to attend our peaceful day tomorrow at the court to give support to our legislative leaders. I will be there by the grace of God.
So seditions honor your voice can be rest assured that you will be there and you are calling them to accompany you as their political leader. Is that the reading?
Well, I'm calling on all citizens, all of our parties and well-wishers and sympathizers to come to the court, be peaceful, and to support our lawmakers. It's very important for us. We want to boost their morale while they at the final stage. I think it's good for us to go there. We'll be peaceful. We'll be there to listen, and then I hope that the police will be able to accommodate all of us.
Okay.
And those that are going to give the verdict.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Corey Skanga, and I come from Truth FM this evening. Just one quick concern. Some Liberians are not happy. They've been talking about they expected to see you when the former speaker was taken and all was taken to the Liberia National Headquarters, the police headquarters. They did not see you there until they were taken to Sub-Beach. Now you're coming up now to be able to see as to how things can be done. They were not happy about the way you were slow to come in, Mr. President. How can you speak to the mass of those Liberians?
Well, who are those people you're talking about that was not happy?
I mean, Liberians, both the members of this the CDC and other people.
How will you even suggest that Liberian CDC people was not happy? One person's opinion cannot be a general opinion. You understand? I'm the leader of the party, or something happened. Don't you think that it's important for me to govern our citizens and our people and listen to what happened and go there a day after? Don't you think so? Did I abandon my people? No. I went there today. I was in the prison with them. Or you wanted me to go when everybody is going? So what's the difference? I show concern. But by going to the prison today, spend almost 2 to 3 hours today. Is that not sufficient for you to know that I care?
His Excellency, let me say good evening to you. My name is Sekou, and I'm Sekou Shari. It feels good to have you on the line to speak to your people in these difficult times in our country. You led this country for 6 years, and you allow a lot of things. People spoke out, people protested. Under your watch, police gave them food and other things. But under this government is contrary. And there are reports that the police will be denying you people access to the grounds of the court on tomorrow. And you are noted for being a very peaceful person. What exactly can you say to your supporters that are listening to you in and out of Liberia, people listening to you in Lofa, other counties that will form part of the gathering tomorrow when such happen in terms of the police denying you people access to the grounds of the court?
Well, is that the rules that police deny us access to the grounds? I don't think so. the police for a professional police, and I think that tomorrow, they will do their best to accommodate everybody that come in there. And then we're going to listen, they're going to guide us, and then we'll listen to them because we want it to be peaceful. We want everyone to be heard. We also want to be part of it. We are citizens. So I'm sure our right will not be violated for going to support our leaders, that our right. So I think the police will do their best tomorrow to make sure that every citizen that comes there will be accommodated, and we will follow the ground rules, where we are.
His Excellency, why if it happens? Because this police is noted for ruthlessness.
Say that?
I said, why if it happens? Because this police is noted for ruthlessness.
Well, I led the national police, so I would not make that statement because national police. So when I show they stay in the post, they understand the system, and they know that they have to make sure they are to protect the citizens in our countries. So I don't think that it will be right tomorrow. The police, they have to do their best to make sure that we come there to listen to the verdict. So we don't expect anything less than that. We want to be peaceful. We are citizens of the country. We have rights. The police also have rights. And I don't think the police will organize those activities tomorrow. There will be different leaders on the ground.
Okay.
There will be different leaders on the ground. There will be international community. There will be former presidents. So the police have a responsibility to make sure that the ground is calm.
I'm told you are so engaged tonight, having several other meetings with your partisans, which is very important. Now they're listening to you. Since today we posted that you're going to speak to the country, every one of the people outside of the boundary of seditions. Liberians are listening, wanting to know exactly what you're going to say to them. Can you take us a minute and speak to them and tell them what exactly they will need to do tomorrow?
Well, citizens are calm people, and I wanted to be calm tomorrow. I wanted to be respectful to the police and understand the guiding rules in that terrain, in that area. And then the leaders. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. If you are aware, today being a tough day for me, I was at the prison today, and then I went to the late Madame Doe home to sympathize with the family, and then while I was in a meeting, they called me at 9th Street. My neighbor house was burning, so I ran right back from the meeting to make sure that we get the fire service, and the fire service did very well today. They did a good job, professional job, and then I came back home. So I came back home. I just got home, and then I was supposed to be on this air, but again, I know I'm a little bit late, but. People are still listening to me, and I want it to be peaceful tomorrow. And we're all going to be there, to make sure that we do everything for Liberia to move forward.
Okay. Winston is about to ask you his question.
Mr. President, it's good to have you. My name is Winston Blading from Banana FM. Mr. President, will you be surprised if the police honor Mr. Boaka choose to disrespect it on tomorrow?
Well, I don't, like I said, I don't think so. I don't think the police will disrespect the citizen tomorrow. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that, and I hope they don't, because we all going to listen and then to follow the process. So we don't expect the police to do otherwise. We expect the police to be professional, and then we hope for that.
In that final message or comment for me, as you are rallying of your supporters to turn out tomorrow, seditions are noted to be very law-abiding, calm people. What's that message? What's that advice you got for them, Mr. President, as you get prepared to move to the court tomorrow?
Well, I think first of all, they're doing the right thing to go and support the leaders, and then we just want them to be peaceful and calm while they're there, because I know I was the former president before. I know that there will be rules and regulation on the ground. Police will or demarcate certain places where who pass when and who go to bed, and then we have to respect the ground rules and then continue to observe what is going on. So that our supporters will listen to the police ground rules and cooperate while we there to pick up our people.
Okay, thank you. And finally, before we take leave of you, because we know you're having a couple of meetings and are finalizing things, we have spoken with leaders, and recently we saw a picture on Facebook, and I see you and people whom at one point in time when you were president, you were political rivals. I'm talking about in reference to Alexander Benedict Cummings. I saw the picture. You can't tell that people what the pictures mean at this time, reuniting, and on this front, what was it?
Well, first of all, AB, is it AB, right?
Yeah.
Well, AB, like I said, politics, you never know. So that's why I keep my friendship, and forget about politics. I've known Cummings over the years. Cummings was running to be president, I'm running to be president, but we are not enemies. We are all Liberians. He has the right, I have my right. When at a period, we be confronted, I visited him, we joined, I visited him, I ate to his house, I drank, and then after these elections, Cummings, I called him, hey, good. Trying to catch up, and he was so excited. And then at the house, since I'm close to him on that street, I came home and he came to my house. And it was a great pleasure to see Cummings at the house, because I went to his place first. So we ate, we were other friends, and I talked in and not politics. We did not say anything about politics. We did not.
Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you.
At all. We talk about life, that's everything. I think we'll go. That's what I was saying. And we need to be.
Okay.
We need to be friends. No need to create a game. It's not, and then we're gonna play a game. So when we come together, we are friends. We will have an opportunity to live each other. We still have to be friends, we're not enemies, but we are just rivals, that's all. But I respect Mr. Cummings, and I'm happy that he came to my house. I appreciate it. I know Cummings hearing me.
Yeah, because you are here too. I'm hearing you. Thank you.
He's the best guy. Cummings is the best guy to handle with.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless Liberia.
Amen.
We just hope that tomorrow we'll be able to understand how we need to live together in peace, and continue to strive for a better Liberia.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What did you think? I think
this is the only person that blessed us to know. That's all of you. What more can you ask for? God bless him.
Who's good for course?
Yeah. Cummings is a nice guy. So everyone who like to hang out with.
So you see, these people know each other.
Yeah. One good thing I noticed, the president was very clear. I will be there tomorrow. I encourage all my supporters tomorrow to be there. With a caveat, respect the police as they respect others well.
He said something.
That was very good.
You asking something. I mean, you try to push around this issue with the police.
Yeah, the police. He try pushing you.
The former president said, "My citizens are respectful people, and we expect the police to be professional."
Yeah.
There is a way you say I'm giving you water, and there is a way you say I'm wasting the water.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna say more. Okay, let's go to the lines now. For those of you listening to us, we've played our part a bit. It is time to hear you speak. You've listened to your leaders. Exactly. The political people will say they've given you people mandate. You need to follow the mandate. Okay, so we're going to be announcing numbers for the counties. Those of you in Monrovia, some of my colleagues will use their numbers. And let me just say this. When they use our numbers, don't call them after the show. If I brought you, they walk and lie.
1 minute. 1 minute.
You and I lying there now.
You
Okay, you can call us on 0773 419 5027.
Yeah, I was saying, since you guys did not monitor the monitor to allow me an opportunity, I just want to make my reaction to the former president. I believe he spoke very well to all of the questions and inquiries. I think the former vice president similarly did. What it all points to is that we are in very troubling moment. If you see all of more than 5 political leaders in the country signaling a concern, that means there is a problem with governance and leadership in Liberia. And this is the emergency that all of us will have to go with, right? To have all of them united in one accord and pointing to a situation that has drawn their attention in spite of their basic schedule, and they are all committing themselves to being at the grounds of the court tomorrow, is a signal that indeed there is a problem in our country. But unfortunately, the leaders we have today, right, are so very much intolerant, careless about opposing views, and so they always see these conversations and narrative from a partisan perspective, which is troubling and which is very dangerous to all of us safety. If the government that must have an ear for every Liberian citizen considers non-partisan view, people who are not members of the government or members of the Unity Party Alliance, as views that must not be considered or mainstream into national leadership decision making, this is troubling.
Okay.
So I think the most outstanding message among all of the conversation is the need to be peaceful. So if there is any situation of violence tomorrow, the world knows that it will be perpetrated by the regime or the government. So the onus is on the Liberian National Police and of course the government of Liberia, particularly Mr. Joseph Newman Boakai Sr., to guard and protect the peace of this country. If anything happens here, we hold him responsible, wholly and solely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the lines now. You can call us. For those of you in the counties you're listening to us in Lo-Fi, other counties across Liberia, call us on 0773 419 502, 0773 419 502, or 0555 184-711, 0555-184-711. For those of you in Monrovia and its environs, you can call us on 0773 978 564, 0773 978 564. Better stay 0880 907 907, 0880 907 907. For those of you out of the country and you want to form part of the conversation, the WhatsApp line is +231 770 942048, +231 770 942048. That's the WhatsApp line for those of you out of the country. We're going to start with those of the people in the counties and start to take calls.
A minute ago.
Yes, we will. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Thank you. David Jala calling from the Mauritius Foundation, number 3, Monserrado County.
Go ahead. We said a line for okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so listening carefully to our various opposition leaders, urging Liberians, specifically the partisans, to be peaceful. I think that's a powerful message right there. I think we all should allow the law take its course. Tomorrow we'll be peaceful. We'll gather peacefully and observe the legal aspect of the entire case. I also want to use this medium to also contact all citizens, all opposition will be gathering one tomorrow to be peaceful, as the former president said. Let us be peaceful while it's true that we are in solidarity with our leaders. But it's also brilliant for us to also protect the peace of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take this person. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for the program. Detail, we're calling from District 17. Where I greatly appreciate the leaders that spoke. Every one of them said things very good and well. And I believe the government will respect the leaders. Remember, they were once opposition too, and they were respected. And so I believe they will respect, most especially the former president, the former vice president, and all the other people that are speaking on behalf of the country. They should not take it personal. They should realize that this is about Liberia, and we want him to go straight and far. So let the police understand that they are Liberians too. They should not believe that because they have gun in their hands, so they will go to shoot at their own citizens. They believe that they will be carrying this country to the dark day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Good evening.
Good evening, Sheku. How are you?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is brother Cummings. I'm coming from Johnsonville.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want who spoke tonight. They spoke very well, and a voice stood up for this. To encourage all well-meaning Liberians who want to go out there and to speak on behalf of their political leaders who are impressive. We just want to encourage, go by the rules, how the former president rightly put it. Let us be safer. So the citizens will be going out there, and also to the police. Police, those people that come in tomorrow, they are your citizens. Please, the maximum security for them, and let it go. Please, don't intimidate them, and then they will not intimidate you. God bless Mama Ladu, and God bless us.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, CEO Sekou Shari.
Good evening, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Sekou, there's the father of Sabu Rasta. I'm phoning in from Point 4 to be a Sago the hour Sekou in Zimbabwe. You know, Sekou, let me appreciate you for your fascinating topic this hour on a discussion. But Sekou, let me also say kudos to His Excellency President George Manneh Weah. You know, Sekou will take the advice with the support of President Weah that tomorrow Sekou will be peaceful and will be there in solidarity of our leader. But let me say kudos to Cummings, who said that we don't vote Sekou, we voted for experience, and we are Liberian people. God said that if you ask, He will give it to you. Why you seek for, God will grant it. So we voted for experience. So that is the kind of experience that we see. So we should accept it. But maybe Sekou turn to the now to vote this government out. Thank you for putting me the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's take this. Okay, let's take this call. Then we'll go to international callers. Good evening.
Good evening, Sekou. How are you?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Samson Boso Williams, and I'm joining from Swedish City, Grangegate County.
Thank you. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. I listen to all of our political leaders, more especially the former President George Manneh Weah. And Sekou, I can guarantee you for the fact that our leaders have come up now to speak in volume. And you know, we ourselves are going to follow suit in solidarity in Grangegate.
Y'all do your own Grangegate, eh?
Yeah, so we're going to have some peaceful tomorrow and be following the show by Facebook.
Okay.
And what's our thing that will happen? 2 Greg will come on tomorrow. Greg to suffer. Thank you so much for having me.
No, don't threaten me. Okay, if you guys have calls there, you let us know. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, how are you, Ebi?
Yeah, great. And thanks for joining us. And we're here tonight. Let's hear from you briefly.
Thank you, Ebi, and thanks to my namesake and to the crew in studios for
everything you guys continue to do for the good of the country. And this is something that is deeply appreciated by us, the citizens. But you know, I haven't listened to all of the leaders, you know, for a good Liberia, a Liberia that everybody can live in, you know, equitably without any big favor, especially with regards to everything that is unfolding now. It is something that's Liberians, conscious-minded Liberians, need to listen to, because everybody been saying why Alexander Cummings is not saying anything, why former President Weah is not saying anything, why Howard Taylor, the former vice president, is not saying anything, why, I mean, political leaders and state actors are not saying anything. None have listened. They are not giving you a marching order. What is that marching order? Tomorrow, we got a conversion. Look, we are going to the court tomorrow, not in the faction or the way Mr. Boakai took his marshal, where they were asking a certain president to resign. Not that kind of fashion we're going to the court with. We are going to the court tomorrow to show a solidarity. Mr. Boakai and his team clear-cut violations of the law of the country, and this must come to an end.
Okay.
Because like President Weah said, this was calculated. You took people, we are speaking to you as a victim of everything that has happened. You took people to the police station, state actors, the former speaker of the Republic of Liberia, somebody who you sponsor a coup d'etat on. You sponsor a coup d'etat on. You're talking to a police station.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Thank you very much, Doma. Thank you very much, Doma. Another call here. Good evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Let's hear you. You're joining us from where?
I'm joining from the United States of America, and I want to acknowledge the fact that the leader of the Congress for Democratic Change spoke very well, calling on his people to assemble peacefully, because that's all we require. Even in government past and current government, all I ask Liberians to be tolerant, or the powers that be, to be tolerant of one another. So if protesting was fine in the past government, it should remain fine today. As long as the citizens who are protesting remains in the confines of the law, we will always find ourselves at different aisles of politics. We will not always be in the same area. Abraham Williams sitting in the studio there with you. My name is Dalton the Legend. We said, by the way, he and I sat in the studio together when I was in Liberia as journalists, but he and I do not share the same side today. He's more toward the CDC side, I'm more toward this government. But whether past or present, the thing we should push for, always clamor for, is tolerance of one another.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's take. The people are not giving people a chance to even call from the countries. Hello. Yeah, good evening. So I'm going to announce a particular number just for the county.
Mohammed Getawe.
Yeah, Getawe.
Commend all the journalists around the microphone. And today, let me commend all the protocol leaders that spoke on the microphone this evening, Brasico. I want to commend you for your concern. The people, the way in which the government, do it in the country. And
okay, let me hold you there. Honorable Yeke Koluba is calling me, and I know he wants to. Let me take Honorable Yeke Yabawolo Koluba. The man that comes from Lofa County. Lofa brother is the president of the country. Honorable Koluba, thank you for joining us tonight.
Sekou, let me say good evening to all of you on the show. I see my brother AB and all of you on the show. Let me appreciate you people. Look, the time
first of all, let's know for where are you? Where is the general?
Waiting for have come.
Where is the general?
All our political leaders.
Where are you?
Where I get all our political leaders. What we have been waiting for, what I have been waiting for as an individual, to listen to political leaders
our political leader to speak. Let me say to our political leaders, I appreciate all of you people, and everybody that believes in me should be there tomorrow. Seku,
yeah.
Because of this, I'm watching you people. I'll be in Liberia no latest than Thursday. Join the process and end the process for our political leaders.
Wow. Why this time? What makes
our political leaders?
What makes it so important to you at this time?
You continue your church and get one more break. This is what we have been waiting for. We can sit and we harass the people of this country. There are a lot of things that need to be talked about. We see Mr. Wakai, the director of police, bringing the capital building, and we're acting that we don't know who bring the capital building. You say what?
You said who bring the capital building?
I want to be in Liberia and say this.
No, listen. Honorable Komba, what did you say? Who bring the capital building?
Let me restate what I said. Let me restate what I said. I said Mr. Wakai, the Justice Minister, and Gregory Cuomo bring the capital building.
How?
When I come, I will show my evidence. I'll be in Liberia very soon.
That you and you know the party coming before doing evidence.
Our political leader to stand up, and they have stood up. I'll be in Liberia very soon.
So you happy now?
Very well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me take another person here. And someone just texted me and say that why is it they are not hearing Honorable Koluba? And I said I tried reaching Honorable Koluba, but okay, let me take this call. I don't know from is good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead. You need to move from what you are listening to, please.
Hello. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. We got to take calls from Freedom and King.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Richmond Johnson. I'm calling from Accra, Ghana. Okay, firstly, let me say kudos to you guys there in the studio. And I like the way you guys pose the question to Mr. President Weah. And I also like the way he responded very calmly. Indeed, President Weah is a leader. He's a leader sent from God. How many politicians will speak in a form and manner as the former president has spoken? Imagine those legislators that have been arrested unlawfully, detained for a day or more now, are from the CDC. Yet, the former president is speaking very calmly. President Weah is just a gift. It's just a gift to Liberia.
Okay, thank you. Let me take this other person here. Prince Jimmy.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Let me say good evening to all of the panelists, and let me say thanks to you guys for breaking down these issues. I'm phoning from Turkey.
Okay. Let's hear you, brother.
My point is this, right? All we have to tell our people is that we have to observe the process. George Weah, Alexander Cummings, Musa Hassan, they are not doing justice to our country. Liberia deserves better. We shouldn't sit and allow these.
What do you expect them to do? What do you expect them to do?
What do you mean by they're not doing justice?
The entire process, right? These things don't happen in the foreign countries.
No.
Liberia is a country of law.
No, I'm asking what do you expect them to do? Just tell us, please.
Winston, let those guys stay out of the process and allow the court to do its work. That's what
Go ahead.
Come again?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Don't want any interruption.
You want to take to us?
Let them stay out of the process and allow the court to do its work. Jobs you have present there tomorrow, it doesn't change anything. You should know that Liberia is a country of law.
Okay, thank you, my dear brother. Let me take another person from this.
Scariness sitting in it.
Hello. Yeah, good evening. Let's hear you.
Yes. Go ahead, Chief.
Go ahead.
Let me say thanks to you people organizing this show and allowing our former leaders to speak their mind. You know, for all we are the citizens of this country, our prayer is always call for peace. For my brother, the law of this country should be respected.
That's right.
And our rights to be citizens in this country should be respected. You know, all this, I can tell anyone is, if you and I forget about partisan in this country, I think we are going to make the country to look good.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me just say this: all of what we're doing here, it is through the kind courtesy and efforts of the Secretary General of the Congress of Democratic Change, Jefferson Tamakoju.
They may pay for the airtime, so you got thank you for it. They may pay for the airtime. I want to thank you. I'm pure business.
We need to acknowledge what exactly he has done. Good evening.
Good evening. Sekou. Let me say good evening to AB and our colleagues in studio. I'm CRC Martin Virginia of the Interlegislative System number 14. Let me quickly appreciate my president, His Excellency Dr. George Weah, and all the political leaders who made, stunning analysis of what is going on in the country. ABA CEO Sekou is going to be present tomorrow at the court. On his show, review with and then any act of influence. If this president, Mr. Walker, is serious, he should talk to his police IG, Mr. Gregory Kumo, who is constantly on TikTok, making TikTok, that the position the coroner holds, he has to respect the Liberian people, he has to protect us tomorrow, and not only tomorrow, even June 17th, as we come out to exercise our franchise in solidarity with Finn, we want to call on Gregory Kumo to respect the Liberian people, because Mr. Walker, I listened the last time he took one Indian Liberian while he was in custody of the court and transferred into the junta government in jail. We want to be all equipped for God here that our lawmakers are in the hands of Mr. Walker. And if they leave the court tomorrow, they should go for quick medical checkup, because we do not trust this president because he worked with the former president of military government. This is the reason why he's behaving in a military way, even though he was democratically elected. But we've got to remind Mr. Walker that Liberia is not for himself. It's not for him alone. He's an old man. He's going to be gone. But there will still be a Liberia to respect the right of Liberians to gather and assemble. Thank you.
Okay, let me now go and take online Senator Nathaniel Fallow Magio, Senator of Mangibi County. Senator, good evening.
How are you, Sekou?
We're doing great. And you?
Well, I'm very grateful to God for being alive. Except that you are fully aware that some members of the CDC caucus have been incarcerated on allegation of Hassan, criminal mischief. And so we are very concerned, and we'll be following the situation very closely.
Okay, thank you, Senator, for taking our call tonight. First of all, how your citizens, how are they doing in Mangibi County?
Well, Mangibi are feeling very great. I know things are hard, things are tough, but we are people are resilient. And I was in the country on yesterday. I had to graduate some of the citizens who have been attending our vocational program, our driving school program. So we were there yesterday. So we're doing our best, I mean, we like all Liberians. So things are going on fine, even though these are difficult times.
Okay. Now, seeing what's going on in the country, we've spoken to all of the political leaders, and you come from the CDC, but you are the head of the CDC Legislative Caucus. What have you to say? Are you going to be part of political leaders tomorrow on the grounds of the court?
Well, we've been following this process. I was at the police station on Friday when the members were invited. I was there along with the political leader of the CMC, Musa, Bility. I was there when they released Poco. I stayed there for some time, but the investigation will continue, and I left. And we've been following the process. We intend to be at the court tomorrow. We want to follow the decisions of our political leaders. And so we'll be there tomorrow to make sure that the legal process is followed. I will go into the court tomorrow to make sure that we don't intend let the standard bell, all the standard bell we spoke that I listened to tomorrow is a peaceful assembly. We want to make sure that the legal process is followed. We don't intend to use violence because this is not about violence and that the people have been charged. It is our hope that their rights will be respected, that we will find an appropriate bond, and based on the constitutional requirement that they are entitled to bond, and we hope they'll be granted bond. And like the lawyer said, the case will proceed expeditiously, and so that we see who is guilty, because as they have said, that they are innocent. But based on the allegation, we want to follow the legal process and see where the evidence takes us.
Okay. My colleague KOK wants to ask you.
Honorable Senator, we saw a situation before when you were Minister of State. There were protest actions where we saw sitting senators going. I remember Mo Ali was invited to the police headquarters. Senator DeLong went there with almost all the people from your office in your whole community. Are you going to be leaving your house from Margibi? You alone in the drawer? How are you going to be going to the court tomorrow?
No, in the first place, I think most of the senators will be there tomorrow. I just been speaking to the senators. We'll all be there tomorrow. We want to follow the process. This is a legal process. This is not an issue of the number of people who can take that. It's the fact that Liberians are interested in this case. I think Liberians want to see a fair outcome. That's the reason why they will be there. They're not there to protest, they will not be there to protest to prevent the investigation. But people want to follow it. People are interested. And remember the CDC, like we are also interested. We'll be there tomorrow. I believe the case will not be signed tomorrow, but the preliminary hearing will be held tomorrow where a bond will be filed. And so we can get a release or our colleagues. Then we go into the merit of the case. But tomorrow is just a basic, it's a preliminary. They are incarcerated and I want to get out of jail. So we are interested. Like we're not going there to go do. And like our political leaders said, we want to encourage even our parties who have interest in this case, that this is not about protest. This is about going to see what will happen, because we believe the lawmakers have rights.
Okay.
This is a former speaker. Honestly, I would have thought that given the fact that Fanati is a former speaker, a state member of the House of Representatives, and along with the other guy, they would have been released after the indictment by the court on personal reconnaissance. But the judge hasn't granted that. So tomorrow we'll see that we can get maybe insurance bond to release the people that don't proceed with the merit of the case.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Senator. Senator, is there any message you want to give out to your people listening to you?
Well, I want all Liberians who have interest in the democratic process and the rule of law to follow this case. And it is our hope that the rights of our colleagues will be respected. The law requires that they are entitled to bond. And this is the former speaker. The other members are current members of the legislature. They are elected officials representing their people. We hope that the court will see reason, and even the fact that they will not, they will not run away. They're going to be in the country. So I don't see any reason why the bond will be denied. But we'll follow the process, and those who appear tomorrow at the court, we want to encourage them to be peaceful and to remain peaceful. Let the standard brother say respect the police. We'll follow the rules, and also the police will provide the opportunity that people can follow the legal process.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you for taking our call tonight, and we wish you people all the best. Hope to see you people out tomorrow.
Yeah. So
we'll be there tomorrow. We'll definitely be there tomorrow. And God bless every one of you. And we hope our country will enjoy the peace that we all deserve.
Thank you very much, Senator Nathaniel Fallow Magio, Senator of Mangibi County. We go to the lines. AB, you want to say something? We are on this.
Don't worry,
for tomorrow morning. For like 50 minutes. No.
Hello.
Hello. Personal lawyer. Good evening. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. This is Kemayan Radio, and I just my resident. Let me say good evening to Teacher Life. Let me say good evening to Wisdom. Let me say good evening to KOK. And let me say good evening to our president. I listen to him. Let me say good evening to all of the political leaders that I think on the show this evening. I listen to them. I listen to Mr. Kule. And you also cool the message that I got from our leaders tonight is all about going there tomorrow, be peaceful, avoid violence. But you know, I listen to that message and it is true. We all need peace in this country. But our own people there is saying that say if you tell a kid not to eat a fish, you should also tell a fish not to smell. Our leaders say we should go there tomorrow peacefully. We hope tomorrow. The same way on the president we have regime. Mr. Baka, the law of Mo Ali, other folks, they went at the court to listen to cases there before and they were granted permission and they enter. So I hope tomorrow our people that will be going there tomorrow, they should present them the same permission and our citizens should listen to that case tomorrow. And we should start tomorrow peacefully. Let me say thank you for the program. You know,
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll take this other person. Go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening, Oliver Khan, and the rest of your colleagues in studio.
Quickly, no time.
Well, my name is Mark Doko, and I called tonight from the grounds of the Coalition for Democratic Change here in Congo Town. You know, KOK, this is the movement we've long been waiting for, where our leaders will speak and give us a marching order. And we are on a revolutionary mandate to appear on tomorrow. We've listened to all of the political leaders, most especially former President George Weah.
Quickly.
And we are so happy. So tomorrow we will turn out in our normal, and the police should be cognizant about Newton's third law of motion. So we'll be peaceful.
Okay. Newton's third law of motion is clear. This person, quickly, no time. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Kang. How are you?
We're good. 30 seconds. No time. We gotta go.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. This is Ben on the line. Let me say hats off to all the political leaders that have spoken on the radio this evening.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you, Kang. Thank you so much. It's a very beautiful comment that was being made by Ambassador Weah, Cummings, our Taylor. These are comments that is welcoming our country, and we appreciate it very kindly. Look, here's it. Our country is not based on the kinds of lawlessness and other kinds of things. Ambassador Weah spoke as a president. Manajua spoke as a vice president. Cummings spoke as a leader of the country. We have to come together to unite our country. We can't be in the kind of fashion, reform, and dangling here and there. Ambassador Baga, President Baga should understand Liberia belongs to all Liberians.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave you right there.
And just to let you know, I just got an intelligence that
the last person.
I just want to say something that's important for us. I just got an intelligence that I think they have some innocent people moving around, and so just in case we're leaving, we need to watch our steps and everything.
Okay.
I just got the intelligence.
All right. We'll leave you right there. Let's talk to you. Go ahead. Quickly. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Hello. Go ahead. Quickly. You're the last person from my end.
This is Abraham Connor calling from the United States. Okay. Thank you very much. Listen, man. Great show, guys, and say to all of you guys in the studio. But, you know, I mean, the leaders spoke well. And they are hiding when it comes to those kind of leaderships. But one thing that you guys forgot to flag on is the issue about the treatment that was made out against the chairman of the CDC yesterday, despite the fact he was exhibiting high degree of civility
but he was exercising his right as a citizen, and he was abused by the police.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
You guys, maybe you never asked the leaders here about.
Thank you. We can take you for long. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Let's take this person here. We'll take 5 calls now. Call that. Yeah. Council wants to go. Hello. Hello. Okay, let me take 2 calls now. You guys, you guys. Good evening. Yes, good evening.
Yes, I'm Moses S. Dola to join you from Bangabon County.
Bangabon County. Let's hear you, my dear brother.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all of the speakers, all of the political leaders of the various parties. I think, from my point of view, Liberia is getting stronger democratically because when all of the people are coming together and fighting for one goal, and somebody that was a speaker, a former speaker, is arrested because of something that he alleged to do, then it means that it tells us that Liberia is getting stronger when it comes to democracy and the rule of law. And there's no one is above the law. The law should take a course.
Thank you.
Go to court and they are guilty, let the law take a course. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, this person. Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good evening, sir. Okay, the last person here. You are not. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Sekou.
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, let me appreciate all of you in studio. My name is Amin Dana and I call on the UN drive. Well, Sekou, let me call upon President Weah tomorrow. He's the only reserve that we, as a common people, we are depending on. He should be very careful tomorrow in our grouping. I'm begging him, please, not to show himself on the altar too much. I'm begging him, please. I will too full.
Okay, I'm going to squeeze in this person, which is an international caller. Hello?
Hello, Sekou. This is Aliyu Masani calling from Baltimore, Maryland, USA.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the show. Thanks to all of you over there. Thanks to all our political leaders. Yes, first, I want to say something. There's a caller who called and said that.
Speak to the issue as the way you think about it. Leave the caller.
Okay, just to the issue. This whole thing about the investigation that went on, because some of us, what we normally see, when the former made us to understand that the capital building was highly protected by security. Where were those security when people went and took the chairs for the Capitol building? Where were those security when they set the plane ablaze? The next day again, where were those security when they went and caught wires for the speaker office? Have any of these security gone for investigation? These are the first people to be investigated. This is what we see happening in the Western world, and they live in this country, but when they go back, they don't apply this thing. What are the things that they can carry back to change our country in the best way?
Okay. All of that question I will ask it when you quote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My gentlemen, here we are. What next?
And so let me just wrap it up. Flying. Yeah. And let me say thanks to you, Sekou, for everything. And we are grateful to the Almighty God that we're able to end it like this. And thanks to the leaders, all those who spoke. And I think all of the partisans, especially of these political leaders, and they did listen to them. And my takeaway from everything, Sekou, like I always said, the former president does not disappoint. And no matter what it is, he always demonstrates leadership. You know, for every Putin we ever did, I can recall, and there were times that similar questions were asked Joseph Boakai when he was in opposition. And he said denigrating things about the government. Even with all the Putin we did, he still respects the police, though he knows visibly that the police have been very much unprofessional. But addressing issues, you know, the followers listening to you, any denigrating statement you make, they have a kind of way to respond to it in a way that you don't control. But he was able to demonstrate that leadership, and with all the Putin we did, he still expects and respects the police, despite the police being, you know, disrespectful and dishonorable manner. He still respects them, and the honor is upon them to demonstrate that indeed whatever respect is accorded them from the political leader from the CDC, they're going to demonstrate it. And because his own party chairman was just bundled up yesterday and bidding, and here is a day right after that happening, he still respects the police. That speaks leadership. And I want to say thanks to all of you and thanks to all of us for being here tonight. It has been quite a great time. We look for the best on tomorrow. We look forward to the best tomorrow and for our country.
Okay.
Yeah, Sekou, once again, thank you so much for making sure that we come here. And thanks to all of our leaders who spoke. I think at the end of the day, they all talk about peace, restore the peace, maintain the peace on tomorrow. They will be there, and I hope to follow all of the activity on tomorrow. Thanks to True FM management for the opportunity to be here.
Wisdom, okay.
Okay, so it was a whole long time, and we're grateful that the opportunity was provided. The political leaders, all of them mentioned one thing: peace on the part of their supporters, at the same time cautioning the police to be respecters of the law and professional. It is upon the police to save the future of our country. 4 political leaders of 4 of our biggest political parties will be going down there tomorrow. This is not the time you will be trigger happy. This is not the time you want to smoke all your tear gas. It is different when the news director at Kings FM is being attacked than when the manager is attacked. Get that correctly. There's a different when the goalkeeper is being slapped, and there's a different when the captain is being punched. With this, we want to ask our Liberian people, to remain calm and let them follow the process. But the police got all of the responsibility on tomorrow.
Okay,
that's it.
Wisdom, before you come in, let's allow Abu, because he's on
The
both of us can conclude. Abu, let's hear you, my brother.
Thank you, guys. And I think this has been a very great exchange. I want to say thanks to our Liberian audience, the followers, both home and abroad. And I think the takeaway from all of these conversations is the commitment to the rule of law from the different political leaders, and also their call for peace and the demonstration of their commitment to a peaceful assembly. Contrary to what has been portrayed out there. So what Liberians can go home with today is an understanding that if there is anything that may be violent tomorrow, that will be coming from the government and of course the police. Like others have said, when we saw the unprovoked attack and malhandling of the first major political opposition party chairman in Janga Kowo, that was so disgraceful on the part of the Liberia National Police. That was a clear demonstration of partisanship. And yes, the commitment expressed by these political leaders is good. At least the war has it, the nation has it. Every Liberian knows that all of them are committed to what? Peace, and all they're doing is solidarity for the rule of law. So anything that goes out violent tomorrow, we blame Mr. Boakai and his police until this government can realize that at this point they are governing and leading for each and every Liberian, until they can begin to respect the views of other Liberians who they do not see as partisans, until they can be willing to dispense justice equally and fairly, then it's unfortunate. They're going to have these political challenges. They're going to have these confrontations, and people are going to keep expressing themselves because no one Liberian is better than the other Liberian. And these things are clear, and it must be communicated. And nobody breaks any law if you communicate that the government is acting, ultra vires. And this is clear. And so I want to thank you, Sekou. I hope the NSA folks will find other business to do and leave the premises of the Voice of Liberia, because the Liberian journalists have caused no harm. We've served the country. If they are looking for people who are feeling tension, they must go to a closing argument. This is not where we are having civilized conversations about the way forward, and you want to bring gangsterism. Thank you so kindly. My name is Abu, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Wisdom.
2 things going to happen tomorrow. Whether the government will be remembered for 2 things: that they handle the situation very calm, that the police, once upon the time, that used to give people water, the protester water, or will be remembered for tear gassing Liberians on tomorrow. No matter what happened, let me join His Excellency President George Weah and other political leaders as it turned out tomorrow to be very peaceful. Let's keep the peace. The government will have to do everything to allow Liberians to exercise the constitutional right or be remembered for the bad thing on tomorrow. Thanks again to the management of Voice of Liberia and to my own boss, Mr. Abraham Sonny, for giving us the opportunity for relaying this, and we look forward to a better Liberia. Thanks again, Hib.
Thank you very much, Winston, and that is it. And that's all the time we've got to be here. We want to say thank you to all of you for listening. Those of you who've been watching, we want to say thank you very much. And indeed, these are the kinds of conversations we need to be having. To all of you, you've listened. My name is Sekou, and indeed I'm Sekou Sharif. Inshallah, we'll talk to you next time.
We want peace in Liberia, peace in Monrovia, because Babylon shall not rise.